Good afternoon, and we'll bring the Committee on Ways and Means Committee back to order. The room is full, and from what I hear, we have a number of overflow rooms. So that means a number of you were not with us when we started this meeting earlier this morning. So I'm going to go through a few of the housekeeping rules for this committee. I'm Assembly Member Danielle Monroe Moreno. We will have public comment at the end of the meeting. Public comment will be limited to 30 minutes in support, 30 minutes in opposition, 30 minutes in neutral. If you'd like to call in for public comment, that number is 888-475-4499. The meeting ID is 835-03243165. And each speaker is limited to 2 minutes apiece, which means to get to that 30 minutes, there will be 10 minutes here, 10 minutes in Las Vegas, and 10 minutes on the phone. If we do not have callers on the phone, we will come back to finish up that 30 minutes, so each block gets 30 minutes. Members will be utilizing their laptops. Please do not take that as inattentiveness. They'll be following along with the meetings on their laptop. There is one thing that I insist upon in our committee meetings, is that we have respectful interactions with one another. And that includes the people in the audience, people calling in, and the members on this dais. If there is any negativity, I have absolutely no problem removing people from my committee. So I just want to make sure, I say this at every meeting, so please don't think that this is something special for this meeting. And this is a fiscal committee, so it's very rare that we hear policies and discuss policies in this committee. However, this bill that we will have a hearing on today has not had a policy hearing, so this will be both. It's policy and it's fiscal hearing. So with that, we will get started, and we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 584 and invite the sponsor to the table. Good afternoon, or almost evening, and welcome to Ways and Means.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno and Vice Chair Backus, and members of the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm here to introduce a significant step forward in Nevada's commitment to educational excellence, the Accountability in Education Act, also known as Assembly Act 584. This bill delivers on a core commitment and belief of mine. Every Nevada student deserves access to a high-quality education regardless of their zip code or their family's income. Last session, in partnership with this legislature, we made the largest investment in K-12 education in Nevada's history, and I have to thank you for that. And now we have a responsibility to ensure our investment translates into better outcomes for our students. For the first time in Nevada, this legislation establishes a statewide system of accountability for school districts, focusing not only on academic performance, but also on governance and organizational health. Under this act, every district will receive an annual rating that reflects both student outcomes and the performance of leadership, including school boards and superintendents. The system will be developed by the Department of Education in consultation with families, schools, and local communities to ensure transparency and shared goals. The Accountability in Education Act includes several critical components designed to improve educational outcomes and system efficiency. First, for increased accountability, the bill allows for state intervention in cases of persistent governance failures, provides tools to restructure school boards or shift oversight where necessary to protect student interests, ensures that local district leadership is held directly responsible for district performance. Next, to expand student opportunity and choice, the bill establishes open enrollment policies to give families greater access to schools that meet their needs, ensures funding parity for charter schools, expands school choice options for students in persistently low-performing schools, provides free access to tutoring services, with families empowered to select the provider. Then, to strengthen the educator workforce, the bill offers incentives to attract and retain high-quality teachers and leaders. Introduces updated credentialing standards for elementary educators. Enhances collaboration with Nevada's educator preparation programs. Additionally, to reduce administrative burdens, the bill streamlines and eliminates redundant reporting requirements, allowing educators to focus more time on instruction. Lastly, to invest in early literacy, the bill deepens the state's commitment to read by grade 3. Implements the science of reading statewide to build strong foundational skills. As I stated in my State of the State address, every Nevada high school graduate should be college or career ready. That means leaving school with a job that offers a livable wage, military enlistment, or enrollment in a post-secondary institution without the need for remediation. This is not just an educational goal, it's an economic imperative. Yet the gap between our highest and lowest performing schools is wider than ever. That's not simply a school issue, it's a system level issue. While some schools are excelling, too many students remain underserved. This legislation aims to change that. So in closing, the Accountability in Education Act aligns with the expectations our students and communities rightfully hold. It gives families more agency and provides educators with tools and support they need to succeed. It ensures that every child has access to a high-quality education, while holding our systems to the same high standards we ask of our students and teachers. We made the investment. Now is the time to match it with bold action, meaningful accountability, and a shared commitment to excellence. With that, I respectfully urge your support for Assembly Bill 584. Now, I'd like to invite Superintendent Canavero and his team to walk through the bill in greater detail with you. And I thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Will you be leaving us or staying for the remainder of the presentation?
I will be leaving.
Okay, before you leave, members, do you have any questions for Governor Lombardo before he leaves? All right, not seeing any. Pray for us that we get out in a timely manner, Governor.
That's why I'm leaving, because he has he has 400-something PowerPoint slides.
Enjoy the rest of your evening. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Chair Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair Bacchus, and members of the Assembly Ways and Means, Steve Canavero, the Interim State Superintendent for Public Instruction. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for hearing the bill. And thank you to the Governor for his opening remarks. I anticipate a lively discussion, and I have about 20 minutes of prepared remarks. At least that's what it was in the mirror this morning when I practiced. So,
we're going to hold you to that.
yes. But I do anticipate a discussion around leadership and governance. And if this last week is any indication, our conversation may focus on one side of the equation in this act, and that's the consequences. The act is a complex policy proposal, mirroring the complexity of our education system and acknowledging there are no simple solutions ready to deploy next biennium to address the post-pandemic reality, as the Governor had mentioned, an acceleration in the widening gap between our high and low achieving students. Focusing on the consequences of accountability in the act is understandable. Removing a superintendent, assuming control over decisions typically reserved for an elected board of trustees should draw our attention, be taken seriously, and debated. But before I dig into the detail, I don't want to lose sight of the Governor's intention that Accountability in Education Act is a means, not an end. As the act is written, required measures impacting local school board governance authority would be available after 8 years of our continued inability to deliver results for kids. That's the entirety of a student's elementary education. The act has a long-term commitment. The act is a means to ensure every student, family, and community benefits from the social and economic mobility that a quality education provides. Practically speaking, the act is a means towards alignment and collaboration across our education system. I envision what we could accomplish if over that 8-year period I mentioned before, our boards, state and local, our superintendents, state and local, and the state sat on the same side of the table, hyper-focused on student outcomes, and committed to establishing the conditions at schools for teachers, school leaders, and students to thrive and achieve. We can do better, we must do better, and we can only do it together. The act also recognizes that our education challenges are not the responsibility of any one person, group, principal, or teacher. They're a shared challenge, and they demand shared accountability. The act is also a statement of our values. It says that accountability is a measure of our willingness to accept responsibility for outcomes, and not just outcomes in classrooms, but at every level of the system. The core message boils down to, if we want better results, we must hold ourselves responsible for delivering them. And as the governor said, we must address the system, not just schools. So I'll walk through a few of the major components of the bill and how it aims to transform our approach to education in Nevada. And I'll begin with the foundation of accountability, holding systems accountable and not just schools. First, the bill establishes a statewide system of accountability for school districts, the same statewide system of accountability that's the star rating for schools as a metaphor analogy. Throughout our history, accountability has focused on individual schools, and this act expands that lens to include entire school districts, holding leadership, school boards, and superintendents accountable for student outcomes. The Department of Education is tasked in the act with developing the system in meaningful consultation with parents and guardians, schools, students, and districts. The district ratings should not just be numbers, but they should reflect shared goals and transparent targets that families and the public understand. Every district will receive an annual rating based on how well its schools are performing collectively. But it goes deeper than overall performance, as the governor had mentioned, of schools, and includes governance or organizational performance. I'll talk a little bit about how this will work. The superintendent of public instruction is empowered in the act to designate a district as low performing. The superintendent of public instruction shall designate a district as low performing based upon whether or not that district failed to meet district-wide achievement and performance targets or receives one of the two lowest ratings. On the organization or governance side, the superintendent of public instruction may designate a district as low performing if that district experiences leadership instability, governance instability, financial hardship, or systemic inequity in access, resources, or outcomes among pupils that are economically disadvantaged, major racial and ethnic groups, pupils with disabilities, or pupils who are English learners. If a district is designated as low performing based on the aggregate school performance or governance issues, or a combination of the two, they're placed on probation not to exceed 2 years. This is what I would call the first tier. Districts on probation must develop a district improvement plan and a school board improvement plan. These plans must outline exactly how they'll fix the problems and improve results. During this probationary period, the state monitors the plan's implementation, provides support, and ensures the district provides transparency to the public through quarterly reporting of progress at board meetings and public posting on websites. When the district meets the expectations in the improvement plan, the district is removed from that tier, or removed from probation. If the district fails to meet these expectations, support and consequences would follow. If a district is rated as low performing for 2 consecutive years, or continues to show systemic issues like leadership instability or inequitable practices, it will be labeled as underperforming, either for purposes of correcting matters of governance or to address the performance of the district schools. For matters of governance, if a district is identified as underperforming, the superintendent of public instruction has options called targeted state oversight. These include having direct involvement in the process of decision-making, establishing governance or operational management mandates, appointing a state monitor to oversee activities of the board, and in Section 14, the governor would appoint the state monitor, and of course, evaluate and monitor on an ongoing basis. For those districts that are underperforming based upon the collective performance of their schools, then state interventions include appointing a state monitor to oversee the improvement in the district, replacing district leadership, reallocating school district resources to prioritize low-performing schools, or assume state control over specific district functions. If that option is taken, the act requires a district recovery plan to be developed in collaboration with the school district. Ideally, sustained progress is made, they're removed from the status and return full governance responsibilities. If they fail to make progress, then the state can extend oversight for up to 3 additional years or choose a combination of other measures. The third tier would kick in, and the superintendent of public instruction may take additional measures of state oversight with approval from the governor via executive order if after 5 years the district continues to struggle. These include reassignment of powers, additional board members that are voting, a state management team that could assume full governance authority. The whole goal is to return the governance to the board if substantial progress or goals are met through a phased approach. Throughout this section, the regulatory authority sits with the superintendent of public instruction for matters including determination of adequate progress, which would help identify when a district moves out of probation or out of that first tier, the second tier. The message is clear: when systems fail our students, we come together to act. I'll move now from the district level to individual schools. You'll see a few parallels and some consistencies, parallels with the district and some consistencies with the current statewide system. The superintendent of public instruction will designate schools as is the case today. And the superintendent shall designate if in at least 2 of the preceding 3 school years, the school receives 1 of the 2 lowest ratings, achieves 20th percentile in ELA or math proficiency, 60% or less in high school graduation rate, or 50%, more than 50% of pupils don't achieve adequate proficiency in reading by completing 3rd grade. A low-performing school, like the districts in that first tier, is placed on probation, not to exceed 2 years, and they too would develop an improvement plan. The review and approval or denial with reasons at the state level. It's implemented. The state superintendent may appoint an independent school improvement official to support the school's progress. A persistently underperforming designation occurs if a school doesn't satisfy probation, or 2 years after a public school is placed on probation, whichever is earlier. The superintendent may extend probation 1 additional year or implement corrective measures. When a school receives a designation as persistently underperforming, a menu of targeted corrective measures becomes available. I'll go through these rather quickly. The superintendent of public instruction may replace the principal or other key personnel. And there's a conceptual amendment for this particular provision to ensure that, to clarify that if a principal or teacher or administrator is removed from their position under this section and holds an effective or highly effective rating in their current evaluation, the superintendent of the district shall reassign the individual to an open position of equal responsibility and compensation. The second corrective measure is direct management by the department, where the superintendent of public instruction would be responsible for the operations of the school. The next 3 require the superintendent of public instruction to issue a request, and that request is a request for qualifications or information from the community writ large to inform 1 or more of these next corrective measures. The first is a transfer the management of the school that is persistently underperforming to the city or county if an unincorporated area. They would be designated as the LEA, appoint a municipal school director, and for clarity, this is permissive, this is not a mandate. The fourth corrective measure, if interest exists, is to convert to a charter school. Again, superintendent would issue an RFQ, adhere to 388A procedures for charter sponsorship. And then lastly, you could convert an option for corrective measures to convert the school to an innovation school. The innovation school requires a team of 2 teachers and an administrator employed at the school at the time of designation to develop a school operating plan and an innovation plan. If approved, the innovation team assumes full operational control of the school. They have the opportunity to request waivers from the district. They would remain a school of the district. The superintendent of public instruction, in order to pursue any of the corrective measures, must develop a rationale and a comprehensive implementation plan and submit that to the governor for his or her approval or denial with reasons. Generally, these corrective measures are in place until improvement improves or a comprehensive review at year 5 or 6. On the fiscal side, there's independent school improvement official, as I mentioned, is paid for out of the school's budget, but Section 18 in the Act allows the department to request access to the Ed Stabilization Account to support district or school interventions. As the governor had mentioned, systems, not just schools. So with the foundation of accountability as a means to ensure every student has access to social and economic mobility, we'll turn our attention to other aspects of the policy organized around theme, many of which are available earlier than the time needed to build the accountability system and the tiers of support and intervention that I just covered. A theme is around agency, access, and choice. A major part of this bill includes a focus on expanding opportunity, especially for families in underperforming zones. This part of the bill recognizes a truth that some families need more than hope. They need access, choices, and the agency to act. This act amends existing law. City and county governments located within low-performing school districts are empowered to sponsor new charter schools or allow existing charters to expand if those schools serve students from the attendance zones of persistently underperforming schools. The act requires every district to implement a system of open enrollment, where students can apply to any public school in their district regardless of zoning. Families can select up to 3 schools in order of preference. If more students apply than the school has capacity for, a lottery system ensures fairness with priority for students coming from low-performing schools. Districts must publicly share school capacity data, make the process transparent, and provide for transportation either directly or through a subsidy for students in a school that's rated low-performing. The department's required to evaluate success of the open enrollment program, including for low-performing students' access to high-performing schools. For students zoned to chronically low-performing schools, the state's offering additional options. The treasurer will create a program called the Nevada Integrity and Academic Funding, which includes RISE accounts to be used by families to pay for eligible education expenses, as outlined in sections 37 and 38. A couple of points to draw your attention to. The income from the RISE account shall not be considered for a person to determine eligibility for benefits under Medicaid. The treasurer maintains reporting requirements. Funding is set at about 90% of what the district would otherwise have received as a maximum. And sections 37 and 38 incorporate safeguards designed explicitly to comply with constitutional requirements. Section 38 sub 1 clearly indicates that funding for RISE accounts must come from separate legislative appropriation, ensuring no diversion from existing education or allocated funds. Additionally, it explicitly prohibits any reduction of the statewide base per pupil funding amount for public education, and Section 37 further protects against improper use of state or federal education funds. There is a conceptual amendment to clarify that students attending a private school under this program may elect to take the state exam at their zone school as written, or a nationally normed referenced assessment at the school of attendance. These accounts prioritize students in low-performing schools, those attending overcrowded schools, or students living on tribal lands and the military. Participating schools must follow non-discrimination rules and meet specific quality criteria outlined in Section 37. This is about empowering families with the options and the means to act. The Act includes a path to empower educators and communities as well. A new tool in this bill is the Innovation School Model. This was mentioned as one of the state corrective measures from Section 35 for schools, but it's not solely limited to this scenario, and the bill opens the opportunity in Section 41, expanding NRS 388G. Innovation schools are public schools within their district with enhanced flexibility and autonomy in budgeting, staffing, curriculum, and scheduling, specifically designed to pilot creative, equity-driven solutions that increase achievement. These schools are not exempt from accountability. They're held to a high standard through a performance contract with measurable outcomes, but what they gain is the freedom to do things differently, intentionally, and urgently. If several innovation schools in the same geographic region or share common strategies or goals, they can join to form an innovation zone. These zones enable collaboration between schools, pooled resources, shared supports, essentially a lab for systemic improvement within a public school framework. Innovation status is not imposed. There's a structured innovation plan and requires a majority vote of school staff. This ensures buy-in and a sense of ownership for educators. If schools improve under innovation status, the superintendent at the district may phase out oversight and return it to the normal district governance or maintain its innovation status. The second theme is around great schools, great educators. No education reform works without effective teachers and school leaders. This bill introduces new support systems and performance standards for educators in sections 47 through 52. If a post-probationary teacher or administrator receives an evaluation designating his or her overall performance as ineffective or minimally effective for 2 consecutive years, then there is a required performance improvement plan with measurable goals and required supports. This plan is based upon a framework that is to be developed by the Teaching and Leading Council. The district superintendent may place a post-probationary teacher or administrator on a 2-year period of probation if the teacher or administrator is consistently ineffective in meeting instructional practice standards or fails to demonstrate adequate progress under the improvement plan. Their performance is reviewed quarterly and supported by the district. Upon the conclusion of their probationary period, if the teacher or administrator met the improvement goals, they're removed from probation. If not, the superintendent or board may move to dismiss or not rehire the employee, and the employees are entitled to notice and hearing per 391. Great teaching and leading begins with strong preparation. This bill establishes a monitoring system or an improvement system for state-funded programs of administrator prep. It requires the department to develop a system to report administrator prep programs that are state-funded and their impact on school achievement and pupil achievement of those school administrators that complete the program. It's a growth measure, comparative analysis, direct impact. It's entirely centered around making recommendations to the state board and Nevada System of Higher Education for continuous improvement. But the bill doesn't focus on improving performance, it also rewards excellence. Through the Excellence in Education account, which can hold up to $30 million, districts and charter schools that opt in can offer financial incentives up to 10% of base salary to educators who have maintained a highly effective rating for at least 3 years for teachers, 5 years for administrators. Again, it's voluntary. District eligibility is met if 85% or less of the administrators and teachers receive a highly effective rating for 2 consecutive years. In addition to the incentive, the bill includes other incentives like career leadership advancement, professional development, recognition opportunities, and consideration for mentorship of others. The funding mechanism is established in the Act, but generally, if the Ed Stabilization Account and the ending fund balance of districts and charter reserves exceed 20% of the total appropriation from state ed fund, from the state education fund, then money can be transferred to the Excellence in Education account. 2 more themes, almost there. Turning the corner. Reducing reporting burden and common sense protections. As the governor had mentioned, educators can now petition to suspend or modify certain administrative reporting requirements if they can show it would reduce inefficiency without harming transparency. There is also civil and criminal immunity protections for school employees who act in good faith to stop physical altercations or threats to student safety, provided they act within their role and without reckless or grossly negligent conduct. Great schools, great educators, common sense protections reflect sections of the law that are about professionalism with compassion, support where it's needed, accountability where it's earned, and protection where it matters most. The final theme I'll cover is around literacy and educator preparation, and specifically the science of reading. The bill also addresses one of the more critical areas of student development, literacy, with a focus on the state's alignment with the science of reading. It requires the state board to develop model curriculum, specifically in K-3, including phonics-based instruction and the integration of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics into instruction in English language arts. The bill also requires the Academic Standards Council to establish K-3 standard alignment with science of reading and STEM integration with English language arts. The new Empower Parent account is created with $1 million in funding in each fiscal year to help families pay for tutoring and literacy services, particularly for students identified under the Read by Grade 3 Act. Support is prioritized for lower income families and must come from an approved list of providers offering evidence-based solutions. On the educator side, by July 1st, 2028, K-3 teachers will complete training and receive an endorsement in foundational literacy aligned with the science of reading. The state's Commission on Professional Standards will work with the Nevada System of Higher Education to ensure teacher prep programs meet this requirement. There will also be a required ongoing professional development for K-3 teachers, administrators, and paraprofessionals in these practices to be completed by the end of the 27-28 school year. There are some active discussions in this particular area on this topic to make sure that we align the intention of the Act to support and prepare our educators without creating additional barriers to enter into the profession or electing to teach at in elementary schools. And finally, there's a STEM literacy pilot program that will launch, serving K-3, integrating science and reading instruction as part of the state's push for early academic enrichment. So to wrap up, the Nevada Accountability and Education Act is a transformative step, a means to focus our attention and support on students and outcomes. It doesn't just focus on schools. It looks at systems, at inequity and inertia. It gives families more voice, more choice, and more support. And it gives educators more tools and higher expectations. And it gives the state and community the authority it needs to act when students are left behind. The Act's major provisions go into effect July 1st, 2026, giving districts and the state time to prepare. This time obviously needs to be used wisely. Change it to scale takes planning, commitment, and clarity. Chair Monroe Moreno, that wraps up my comments, and I'm happy to answer questions at this time. That was about 20 minutes, wasn't it? It worked.
You did well. That was a great high-level overview. There are 71 sections to this bill, and you went through sections at different points in time, so you're going to hate me, but I'm going to ask you to walk through this bill section by section. We'll start with 1 and end at 71, so we know exactly what's in each section before we go to questions.
Thank you. Happy to do so. And I organized it at a high level because there are sections, themes that are pulled out, or programs that are in 2 different sections of the bill that are far apart from each other, and so they're hard to bring to understand the full picture. So maybe I can begin and you can tell me if it's helpful, and happy to adjust as you all need. The first section addresses the ability of educators to propose to the district superintendent and then to the state around efficiency to forego in a particular report. Section 2 is conforming. Section 3 is the establishment of the statewide system of accountability for districts. Section 4 clarifies the dates and the reporting requirements for that accountability system. It takes into consideration test irregularities and things of that nature. Section 5 is the determinations of the ratings. And if you're familiar with the statewide system of accountability, this should look familiar. This is essentially the school-based statewide system of accountability, the language, but it applies it to the districts. Section 6, I think, might be of interest. This is where the superintendent of public instruction is empowered to designate schools as low performing, and it provides the criteria in sub 1 and sub 2. And this would be for a school district specific to the aggregate performance of their schools. And then if you look at B, this is the permissive designation specific to the 3 or 4 conditions that are related to governance. So in my opening comments, I talked about the statewide system of accountability applying to districts. There's a shall around student performance, collective student performance at the district level, but then there's also a governance. And that's a may provision to identify, to designate a district as low performing. And this is where it's explained that 1, 2, 3, and 4. Section 7 then moves from district to a public school. There's transparency requirements. And also posting requirements. There's an additional, within the bill and across the district and the school, statewide system of accountability, there is an additional requirement for transparency and posting of information for parents and families across those 2. So I don't want to skip that, but it's across a number of these sections. And we're beginning to see that here. Section 8, Section 9 is conforming. I would turn your attention to page 20. This is for the accountability report card, so our public-facing report card. So the report card sort of collects school accountability information, the star rating system, but it also includes other information. Here you see some comparable results of pupils in comparable school districts in other states, where available or where applicable, and students in school, and you see it repeated again. So a broader view of relative performance added, not to the statewide system of accountability, but added to our public reporting system. Section 10 includes, you heard earlier about the focus on literacy, so the public reporting for literacy and the proportion of students demonstrating adequate proficiency in the subject area of reading. Section 13 begins with the provisions of probation and begins to explain how probation would work. It also talks about noticing requirements. It does get into draw your attention to 13 sub 2. It does get into the existing appointed members would become voting members for that period. I believe that's been a conversation, just to point that out. So the probationary period, it talks about the school board improvement plan. And here's where you get sort of two different perspectives that you have to tie together back how they got in, whether it's governance or aggregate performance, does have an impact on some of these sections, but it's referenced back to the section in law, so it's hard to catch, but it's here and it describes the probationary status and what the plan would require. A self-assessment of the Board of Trustees, specific actions, description of roles and responsibilities, strategies of the Board of Trustees to support implementation, requiring the members to complete training for professional development, measurable milestones, those things that you would hope to expect in an improvement plan at the state board level. Then it requires a rather quick turnaround by the superintendent to review or to deny with reasons and to provide improvement. There's public posting requirements towards the end of Section 13, and that leads us into Section 14, which says if on that first tier of probation, if they've made their adequate progress, which is defined in regulation, they can be removed from probation. And then it further goes on to say if they haven't made adequate progress, then after 2 school years, the superintendent of public instruction finds that they failed to make the board of the districts failed to make the adequate progress as defined, and the department may implement targeted state oversight or initiate state oversight. So this gets into the second tier following probation for school districts. It continues. There are qualifications included if it's determined that the governor would want to appoint a state monitor. It talks about the state monitor's qualifications in terms of expertise, but also no conflicts. It also goes and talks about the designation of underperforming school districts for 5 consecutive years. The Board of Trustees have failed to make adequate progress, and the reassignment of some or all of the powers. So the bottom of 26, the top of 27, specifically calls out the section I mentioned regarding the governor's role in approving the corrective measures. That's articulated on the top of 27, bottom of page 26. And then specifically, the executive order must be specific and attend to those provisions listed there. It also talks about the appointment of other board members in more detail than obviously I did, and it does include the types of expertise that you might expect to go onto a board that's struggling, the type of term that they should serve, and of course that they would be voting. Okay, that's the additional measures. There's, on 28, as we continue through, you begin to see the department's responsibilities to evaluate and make determinations based upon the progress, extending interventions for up to 3 additional years, the provisions as to when that would be possible. And then you begin to get into the reporting function. And so there's reporting across the act Transparency for both public around school performance, but there's also reporting requirements built in. So as the department learns, the department evaluates, the department tracks, you all are kept in the loop. Section 16 then moves from a school district that is underperforming for specific purposes of governance. It moves it now to the collective performance of the schools. So this is where those different places but similar and parallel constructions. But here you see the difference in the plan. So obviously an improvement plan that a board would engage in if they're deemed low performing or underperforming for board and governance issues would be different than the plan if we were focused on student outcomes. And it kind of, you could see how the two plans might work together for a board as well. And you see the long list there of what the performance improvement plan for the school district would include. Trying to also make sure I hit maybe some high points. Page 32 again gets into the supports. I think I mentioned that this is no one person could do this, but there are a number of opportunities not just to collaborate and sit at the same side of the table with our districts and our school leaders, but also we have state monitors and improvement specialists as well. And on the bottom of 32, it also mentions where we could engage a state monitor, and it gives, again, the types of qualifications that a state monitor would need. 33 then goes into similar construct from the governance. It goes into if aggregate school performance and what would happen if the probationary period is exhausted and it's there still is they have not made adequate progress as again defined in the regulations. And you can see A, B, and C on page 33. Talks about the provisions I discussed with school district leadership, allocating district resources, or assuming state control. Section, again, the end of this act, or the end of this section 15 includes the reporting provisions. Section 16, this is the transportation to pupils. It's kind of a qualifier, I think, to the other section of law that I'll talk about a little bit later in the act. Section 17 is the creation of the Excellence in Education account. So this is where the account is established, where you all would establish it. You would create the ceiling of $30 million. And then 37.4, section 4 on, not section 4, 4 on page 37 then describes the flow of priority in terms of how money then enters into the the Excellence in Education account. Section 7 clarifies what the money in the Excellence in Education account may be used for. Only award grants to school districts, charter schools, and university schools for highly gifted students to provide non-recurring financial incentives, including without limitation bonuses or financial awards to teachers, school administrators, or other educational personnel who demonstrate, and then it goes on. Section 18 is conforming. Section 18 does include on 4E the ability that I mentioned to come to the Interim Finance Committee if we are required to undertake extraordinary measures to oversee or allocate resources to school districts that's designated as a low-performing school district or underperforming school district pursuant to Section 6 that is designated, and also for schools as well. So there's a provision there just in case. And obviously, because this is kind of a long-term act, this next biennium is preparation. It really, any of the sort of corrective measures or some of the accountability provisions don't kick in until the following biennium. let's see, I'm on page 41, if you're reading along at home with me. This is the charter schools and provision of transportation. We're still conforming here. We can move quickly. Section 20, conforming. Section 46 refers to our pupil-centered funding plan and the commission. There's some recommendations and suggestions there. I did not cover that in great detail. If you have questions related to that, I can bring up, I could phone a friend and have my deputy superintendent speak to those. Section 21, section 26 is section 22 is where the open enrollment system is established. So from page 40, bottom of page 47, dates and details, 49. Section 23 then discusses transportation. Each school district shall provide transportation services or subsidize transportation services for pupils who are, and then you've got A and B, currently attending or zoned to attend a public school designated as low performing, or B, apply and are selected to attend a school in the same school district that has received one of the 3 highest ratings of performance pursuant to the statewide system of accountability. Caps the subsidy as well. I think it's 200%, if I remember correctly. So that the subsidy is an actual expenditure, in an amount not more than 200% of the average per pupil transportation costs of the school district for the immediately preceding fiscal year. Section 24 is, I had mentioned that the department is obligated to review and evaluate this program of open enrollment. And that includes an analysis of equity of access to high-performing public schools to determine if all pupils, regardless of background, have fair access to higher-performing schools. That's all on page 51. And then, of course, reporting provisions. Section 25 establishes the Empower Parent account. This is the account that can support parents' income-based, can support parents to receive services specifically designated for students who qualify under the Read by Grade 3 Act, so long as they're evidence-based and approved. The account is administered at the district level. And the income qualifications, I think, just draw your attention, page 53. The income qualifications are in 3 around the prioritization, and parent and legal guardian of a pupil resides in a household with an adjusted gross income of $60,000 per year. The first priority, and then it goes through the priority tiers. The end of section 26 provides some guidance on how the administration of this program would work. Definitions of adjusted gross income. Section 27 is the list of service providers, good standing, literacy interventions, tutoring, and other related services that are evidence-based, align with standards of content and performance, and align with the literacy goals, standards, and guidance. And then it describes who would be elected, who would be eligible for these expenses under the parent-selected options. Section 28, this is where we talk about placing on probation a public school that has been designated as low performing. So this is a good, remember that conversation 15 minutes ago earlier in the bill? This is where we pick it up again here. The superintendent of public instruction places each public school that has been designated as low performing on a period of probation. And then here's where it talks about the how do you determine the 2 years, the planning requirements, the rapid approval, similar to the districts. They're very similar as you get down into this level in terms of how they're operated. Again, an independent school improvement official to help oversee the progress of the public school. Qualifications, similar to the state monitor. The actions and requirements of the independent school official. and then what happens at the end. And either they, again, leave that first tier, they've made adequate progress, or they could be designated as persistently underperforming. And then it talks about the triggers that, the switches that flip if they're persistently underperforming, and what options, extending probation, or implement any of the corrective measures described in 29 through 36. So 29 through 36, I want to say 29. Okay, so 29 identifies the list of corrective measures that I described in my opening. It also identifies that process I was referring to when implementing corrective measures, superintendent shall issue a request for letters of interest from eligible entities to provide information on the process of selecting the corrective measure, and the entities and eligible entities that may submit a letter of interest in response to such a request includes the charter management, EMOs, cities or counties, teachers or administrators employed at the school. That's specifically aimed at the innovation school. And then 60 days afterwards, the superintendent would then need to develop the corrective measure, the detailed rationale, a comprehensive implementation plan outlining the steps required to execute the measure, and then the governor or the governor's designee would review the proposal for the corrective measure and either approve or deny with reasons. Requirements around technical assistance, and then each year in this initial 6-year term for the evaluation. At the end of section 29, before we get into 30, there's a specific provision that should any of these corrective measures be employed, that they're not to be construed to prohibit or supersede a sponsor of a charter school from taking any action to enforce the charter contract or any provision of 388A. So if the school is already under, if the charter school is already under particular corrective action or under the auto closure provisions, then anything in here would not infringe upon that right of the sponsor to take such action. Section 30, I think I might be able to talk a little bit about these fairly quickly. 31, 32, 33, and 34. Each of these sections describes in more detail the specific corrective action that, if chosen, how it's actually addressed. So maybe I'll just go through 30. And here the 30 is around the corrective action of replacing principal or other key personnel as one of the corrective actions that, again, could be proposed and approved by the governor. So you see some of how it's done. The superintendent of public instruction and the superintendent of schools in the school district. Provisions for local precincts, of course, are taken into consideration. The appointment of a new principal, section 3. The replacement or reassignment process must comply with all applicable state and federal laws, including without limitation those related to the collective bargaining agreement and Employment Protections Act. So I referenced that briefly. It's there in full detail on page 61. And then it talks about teachers and administrators, or administrators and teachers or other staff that are replaced or reassigned. And it talks about the incentives that could be in place to attract teachers to the school. And then 31 then does the similar operational mechanics for a school designated as persistently underperforming, but the corrective measure being direct management by the department. 32 does the same, but for city or county for the public school in which the public school is located. Section 33 does the same, but for a conversion to a charter school. And then Section 34 would be for innovation school, transition to an innovation school. Uh, 35 digs in a little bit deeper on the innovation schools, talks about the network of the innovation school. So 35 outlines why they exist, improving pupil performance, providing member innovation schools with flexibility, foster innovations, and then it goes into the network schools, what they all must do, establish an oversight committee, one representative from the innovation school team, additional stakeholders determined by the superintendent of public instruction, a designated chair, oversight committee. It also provides on the top of page 71 that staff at an innovation school within a network could pursue a unique contract with a collective bargaining unit if they choose. Okay, play section 36. I think we're almost halfway. 36 addresses the corrective measure of management by city and county imposed on the public, the ownership and the possessions of facilities. So this treats the transfer agreements and the various agreements that need to be maintained between the district and the school and how that would occur and the parameters of that relationship. Section 37 is the designation of a low-performing school after 3 consecutive years as a chronically low-performing school. So this is a chronically low-performing school designation and the criteria to meet that. What students would eligible pupils may participate in expanded achievement options. I'm almost there to talk about alternative educational settings as well. And section 38 is where the state treasurer adopts regulations to carry out the Nevada Integrity and Academic Funding Program and the RISE accounts. And this relates to the expanded achievement options in the prior section for students attending a chronically low-performing school. It had page 76. There's obviously regulatory authority, but then there's that the cap is at 90%, and if not to exceed the actual expenses and payments from the RISE account. Prohibitions that entities that receive payment from the RISE account can't refund it directly to a parent on whose behalf the payment was made. Reporting provisions. Definitional section on page 78 that continues into 79. Qualified pupils, where I talked about military, siblings, child of a parent of armed forces, number 7, people with disabilities. Section 39. Section 39 is the transportation. Section 40. Section 40 is the revision to statute that allows a city or county to sponsor new schools, new charter schools, or expand the cap on their existing charter schools, so long that the increase in enrollment of the existing school or operation of additional campus will serve pupils residing in the zone of attendance of a public school that is designated as low performing or persistently underperforming. Top of section 82, entering section 41. Allows for the innovation status to apply not just as a corrective measure, but allows the district and the schools within the district. It's more of the schools requesting than it is the district developing. But this section 41 is similar. And it also allows schools within the State Public Charter School Authority as well to seek innovation status. So that's section 41. Section 42 is the pilot program. That is, there's an appropriation in the bill to support the pilot program. It describes how the department will carry this out. This is an opportunity for districts, not a mandate. Section 43 is the model curriculum I mentioned around literacy and the science of reading. Section 44 talks about the standards that the council would need to adopt, the integration of science and technology as well. Section 45. Section 46 is the civil and criminal immunity. I touched on it pretty quickly, but you can see that there are provisions here to ensure that whatever action is taken, it's done so in a manner that's not indifferent to the rights and safety of persons harmed. Section 47 is the performance improvement plan requirement for post-probationary administrators. So here it requires a teachers and leaders council to develop that performance improvement plan that I referenced. Teachers and leaders council would develop that. That performance improvement plan is then used to support teachers that are ineffective or minimally, and administrators, ineffective or minimally effective for 2 consecutive years. They work on that improvement plan. That is the shall. Then it goes into what should be covered without limitation in professional development. You can see those listed A, B, and C. The responsibilities for ongoing mentorship or leadership. And then section 48 is the may. So superintendent or principals are working with the teacher, or principal supervisors working with the principal. The superintendent of schools may place a probationary administrator on probation for a period of 2 years if, based on the evaluation, they're not making adequate progress under the performance improvement plan. Section 91 in further detail includes the administrator. 49. This is the local school precinct, taking into consideration the precincts. 50 is the monitoring and tracking system for state-funded providers that provide training for school administrators across the state. 3, you should be familiar, talked about analyzing relative performance, be presented at a meeting of the state board, and include without limitation these evaluations. Section 51 is the Teachers and Leaders Council. This is just regulatory authority to establish the performance improvement plan for a post-probationary teacher. It talks about what the performance improvement plan should entail. And for the teacher, 52, similarly with the administrator, this just provides the same language, similar language, don't want to say same, similar language for a post-probationary teacher. Section 53. All right, the right side's thinner than the left. Did I miss the section? I missed the section. Section 53. Here's where we talk about the regulations that require a teacher to obtain from the department an endorsement to be eligible to teach kindergarten in grades 1, 2, and 3. And it talks about what that endorsement, the regulations to qualify for that endorsement would entail. Section 44 is the eligibility to teach in that endorsement when it's effective. Section 56. We're back on the post-probationary overall performance. Notify the employee. These are notice requirements under the post-probationary work. Section 57, Section 58. This is the course of this is the training, the professional development on the science of reading. That's approved by the department, and then who it's completed by. This continues with more sort of reporting and transparency for the course of professional development. And Section 59, this is the incentive program. So we established the Excellence in Education account earlier in the bill, and here's how we go about furnishing the incentive program. And here's where it talks about the eligibility. If the program is established by a board of trustees of a school district, how that money is allocated, number 4 on page 105 gets into the 3 and 5 year anniversary dates, 10% of the annual base salary for teachers or school administrators. Also includes the provisions I mentioned related to leadership advancement, professional development, and so on. And we have regulatory authority. Section 60 continues with the eligibility, and this is the 85% districts or charter schools are eligible if their teachers or administrators receive an evaluation designating their performance as highly effective for 2 consecutive years or less is 85% or less. There's a provision, I think, somewhere in that where it's 85% goes to teachers, 15% goes to principals. Section 61, I didn't mention this in my opening comments, maybe linger here for just a minute or so. It is, the Education Service Center is created. This is, I think, a new entity for our state. As I understand it, there's 11 states that don't have these federally recognized support centers across their state. This act treats it a bit different, not different. This act takes a theme that appears in other states where these federally recognized education service agencies can sometimes specialize in special education, for example, is a really common one across the country. This act is saying that this Education Service Center, if adopted by this legislature, would focus on school performance and district and board performance. So it's a single service entity that is a partner to the state to support the improvement of schools and our boards. So it's consistent with this act, and it's one of the arms that the state that could support the state in doing the work that I just quickly covered in the beginning of this act. School improvement officials, state monitors. In a perfect world, we wouldn't continue to pay for out-of-state folks to come in, but we would actually have a place where our capacity would be developed and housed. Talks about the board and how the board is constituted, eligibility for funding, its limits, can't impose a tax, what it can do, enter into agreements with any agency or political subdivision, including without limitation, counties, cities, school districts, for the purposes carried out. And then 8 on carrying over onto page 109, may carry out activities set forth in this title on behalf of the department, provide services, support initiatives and efforts of the state to improve the performance of schools and school districts in the state. Without limitation, evidence-based, research-based support for improving schools and school districts. I've got regulatory authority for this education, or the superintendent of public instruction has regulatory authority for the Education Service Center. Conforming changes take us deep into the back of the bill. Here we are also asking for the Regional Professional Development Program, Section 63, to assist in developing and providing training on whole school improvement efforts. Takes a village. Section 64, this is, again, more specifics related to the civil and criminal immunity. Section 65. Section 65 is just with the Board of Regents and ensuring that the science of reading is incorporated into their teacher education programs. Section 66, we go through the appropriations. The first is to the state treasurer. 67 is the K-3 STEM literacy pilot. That's $1 million in each fiscal year. I'm sorry, on Section 66 is $425,000 a year just to prepare the program. Obviously, money has to be appropriated. And Section 66 is $4 million in each year of the biennium to the Department of Education to support. And then, sort of importantly, the act becomes effective upon passage, but sections 1 to 65, 69, and 70 are effective upon passage, but on July 1st, 2026 for all other purposes. So this is where I mentioned that we have a year to prepare, a year to do a lot of things, and then we would, like for example, the district statewide accountability system, first year of the biennium prepared, launched in the second year, and then we begin to stand up the supports and accountability provisions. Madam Chair, I hope that that was sufficient, or would you like me to go back through?
Thank you. I think going through it once is more than enough. We're losing people in the audience falling asleep, so I don't want anyone else to fall asleep. And we do have a number of members with questions, but I'm going to start the first one out with just a fiscal question before I go to the list of members that have questions. And that is, I do not see a fiscal note of any kind from any division that would be impacted by this bill, nor the school districts that will be impacted if this bill were to pass. We have had a number of much smaller requests from members on education policies that have, NDE has submitted fiscal notes for a few $100,000. This is over 100-page bill that is requiring a lot with a number of things that I don't really see where the appropriations are going to come from, or if NDE has the staff to do it. So the first question is, can you explain to me why there is not a fiscal note on this bill?
Steve Canavero, as I understand it, the department was engaged with the governor's office as the bill was developed, and the $4 million in each fiscal year, I think, accounts for 24 staff. I have the detail. 24 staff, and a variety of other supports that we feel is sufficient to carry out the initial phases of the buildup. We have had conversations with districts just for clarifying, because as you work through the bill, we mapped out when aspects of the bill would turn on, and that was sort of the 8-year comment I made in the beginning. And in the next biennium, we don't anticipate, I imagine that let the districts speak for themselves, but in our conversations, we haven't found where, other than time to support the development of the regulations and provide feedback to the department as this is built out, I think that's been primarily their particular concern was, when do the school improvement procedures kick in? When does low performing kick in? When do the additional measures kick in? When do these things happen? And based upon, for schools, I believe 27-28 would be the first school year for probation status. And then for school districts, assuming it takes 1 year to establish the statewide system of accountability for our districts, 26-27 could be low performing, but then probation doesn't kick in until 28-29. So it is pushed out, just by the nature of I think what the act is attempting to do. But we felt like the $4 million in each fiscal year was sufficient for us to prepare this over the course of this next biennium.
Interesting. Okay. I am going to go to members and to start the questions, and I'll come back to myself, but I know that there's a number of members that have questions, and we're going to start with Assembly Member Torres Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Superintendent, for presenting this piece of legislation and for answering some of my questions earlier in the week. But I definitely have more questions that I wanted to make sure are clear for the record as well. So one of the things that I noticed about this bill, and I think that we do have a responsibility as good stewards of public funds, that school districts and schools should be held accountable for providing supporting our students and for that student achievement. My concern right now is that this policy, as drafted, seems very punitive without providing the support. So I want to know, what is the department doing right now to provide supports to school leaders? There's a lot of language in here that would be punitive for administrators that are serving in schools that are underperforming. What supports are provided to districts that are not up to standard? And then what would this bill require that then provides those supports?
Thank you for your question. Steve Canavero, for the record. So maybe I'll just start with the federally required supports that we provide. So through the all of the title funding, ATSI, TSI, CSI, MRI, all of the federal designations of our schools require us to provide supports on the ground to the schools that are identified. We have a pretty substantial team. I can pull them up if you want to dig into a bit more detail about what that looks like. Having kind of just come back, I'm not totally familiar. I would welcome an opportunity to work with districts on this issue. In my experience, that hasn't always been an open door to work with districts on supporting their schools or supporting the district in improvement. They've got lots of partners to choose from, I understand. But the state tends not to be the first people they call for supports. In the bill, I kind of ticked over it fairly quickly, but there are supports that we contemplate. It's actually one of the driving factors of kind of including the RPDP, and we've got funding in our fiscal note for the RPDP, and including the concept of the Education Service Center in the bill itself. We think that there's a capacity gap and a support gap for the very things that you're referencing. We have limitations. The district has limitations, and I've been talking to principals quite a bit around this bill, but even before the last 4 weeks that I've been here. They need supports. And there's kind of an open area in our state that has yet to really be able to kind of push in on that. Sometimes it's offered by contractors. That's fine. I'm sure they're doing a great job. But we need to build our own capacity to help support districts. And maybe the state isn't the right entity to be providing the hand-to-hand support that they might need. It should be someone else.
Thank you. And I do appreciate that, right? Because I do think that school districts need support. But what I see here is that there are supports that are aligned once a district or a school leader is receiving some type of punitive action. And what I would like to see instead is that school leaders receive that support early on so that they're not receiving disciplinary action. And that is a concern for me. I think that we, in education in a classroom setting, we would definitely provide that support before there is some type of penalty. So if we know that there is room for concern, then I feel like we should support. Additionally, I know that we've had several other legislative conversations about some of the challenges with the current metric system for rating schools. So I don't know how I say, as lawmakers, we believe that the current metric system and accountability framework is not equitable, but then also, oh, you're in trouble because you didn't meet the standards for this unequitable standard performance framework. So I think that there's still a lot of work to do for that conversation. I'm going to ask a separate question if that's okay with the chair. Thank you. And this relates to specifically the K-3 endorsement or license that you spoke about. Can you talk a little bit about whether or not there's other states that have something similar for a K-3 endorsement?
Steve Canavero, I'll ask to see if any of the team know the answer to that. I believe yes, but I have to go, maybe I can do a little bit more homework and get back to you, unless somebody has a specific answer. But just to answer I totally agree with you in the beforehand supports. We always feel like we come in, obviously, because the federal rules allow us to then provide supports. And I would hope that maybe this act as a means towards something can build bridges between the state and the district and the schools to get them what they need. And it's likely coming from the district with support from the state. The metrics in the NSPF recognize the really strong work around Portrait of a Learner, the Commission on Innovation and Excellence in Education, and a lot of conversation around what is currently we call the NSPF. In law, it's the statewide system of accountability. So this is agnostic to what the statewide system of accountability is, if you will. It's just responsive to whatever has been established as a statewide system of accountability. So it doesn't answer the question, but allows the flexibility for the statewide system of accountability to be updated, to be modified. This bill just references it as it's referenced in statute. Hopefully that's a little helpful in terms of how the interplay works.
Thank you. So I did have a follow-up then in regards to that K through 3 endorsement. I know that you said that you'll get it back to me on more information about what other states require that. I am concerned regardless about a 2027 deadline. We're going to be asking thousands of teachers across the state of Nevada to go get another endorsement that they're going to have to go pay for on their own. And they're going to have to take curriculum that doesn't exist right now because we don't even know what the guidelines are. So they would have 1 year to go get additional coursework that they have to, that I think would be provided. It says, well, some of it depends what COPS decides is going to be required, but I think that we're putting like a lot of strain on educators then to go get this support. I love the idea of supporting the educators in that space. I'm just, at this time, I feel like another endorsement is an additional cost to teachers without the necessary supports that they need, and there's just too much in question. So I definitely think that we need to review that.
Just really quickly, Steve Canterbury, in my testimony, I said that there's conversations happening around this. If anybody's wondering where those conversations started, I think we just found out. So thank you for bringing that up. I think the intention of the bill is to support our educators, to be prepared around the science of reading, and to support K through 3 and beyond in elementary. It is not to create an additional administrative burden or somehow disincentivize elementary educators from teaching in those grades. So that's the intention, and if we need to work on that, then we need to work on it. Thank you.
Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I know that it's been a long read-through for us, so greatly appreciate it. I have a large number of questions, which I know that we've talked before, so I'm sure you're not surprised by that. Chair, do you want me to go by page number or just like big ideas?
Whichever way is easiest for you.
Thank you so much. Then I'm going by page numbers. What a surprise. The first one, it has to do with page 17. I just want to verify that when it comes to the accountability, in this section you talk about public schools, but in other sections you talk about charter schools. So is this accountability for both the traditional public schools, which are governed by an elected board of trustees in each county, as well as charter schools, which might be run by CMOs or charter management organizations, or is it only for those that are the traditional public schools?
Steve Canterbury, good question. It's for all, and somewhere in my walkthrough of the bill, I referenced a specific section, just to bring your attention to it, where it talks about there also is a whole set of laws related to accountability for charter schools, auto closure, contract lengths, sponsor oversight, and there's nothing in this bill. Yes, they would qualify for the interventions, the supports, but we would not infringe upon a sponsor's right to close an underperforming charter school, and so there's language in here to clarify that. So yes, and I guess would be the answer.
Thank you for that, and I've got numerous follow-ups, but I appreciate that clarification because I do think right now it feels like reading it, for whatever time this is now reading it, it feels like it's the traditional public schools can be closed down. And the traditional elected officials from a school board can be removed. But a charter school's CMO, wherever you fit on the charter school belief system, are not being held accountable in the same way. So if you could figure out what section that is to make sure that's clear, because right now if they're supposed to be treated the same in this law, it does, or this proposal, it does not feel like that.
Thank you, Steve Canterbury. Just going way back to the governor's intention is that students are not in low-performing schools, whether it's a charter school or it's a traditional public school. So I'll find that section, but keep asking and I'll switch around here.
Thank you. So thank you so much. So I just want to make sure that I had that one. And then my other question comes from actually section 13 and 14. And it's kind of sticking with that whole idea of the school district being run by the elected trustees, who realistically only have oversight of one person, and that's the superintendent. So it feels like the way that this is being presented is that those school board trustees can be basically told, you're moot. Congratulations to have some elected position that doesn't matter. And now they will be answering to the state superintendent. So who besides the governor has oversight of a state school superintendent?
Steve Canavero, the superintendent of public instruction in Nevada serves at the pleasure of the governor. If I don't do well enough tonight, I could be gone. So, but yeah, that's how it functions here. And I really appreciate your question, because I think this is an important component around governance and oversight and the state's interest, and how does this really actually interplay? The intent here is everything, like all options on the table to ensure that students can achieve, and our teachers and our principals are supported across the public ed system. To get to this point, it would take a long road. I think I mentioned 8 years at the beginning. I think that includes a probationary status where we would have a plan. We would be working, I hope, at the same side of the table to support the district, the superintendent, to improve on that with that plan. And then it escalates. I don't want to leave the impression that it goes from 0 to 100 without the steps in between. And there are steps in between, but I could also appreciate the concerns that you're raising.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate what you're saying, especially with the period of time that you're mentioning, because there is a very strong possibility that a board of trustees can have a complete turnaround based upon the will of the people in that county. And that's where elections matter, and where we need to trust the voters in this way. And so I just want to make sure that when those things happen, will those plans then be reevaluated or started over again if that is mentioned? And I know that's in one part of this bill. I have no idea what sections it's in now, where you start talking about the different plans. Do those plans have to get reevaluated after every election based upon a change of trustees?
Steve Canavero, there's no requirement for the bill doesn't go. It's quiet on that, silent on that. There are obviously quarterly updates by the board that the board engages in on the improvement plan. So there's transparency components to it. There's more in here. So there's quite a bit of reporting. If the board changes and they wish to have a conversation about the plan, what the plan's intentions are, that of course is the right of the newly elected board. But there's nothing in here that would make a sort of a restart or some sort of a switch.
Thank you for that. And again, I have a large number of questions. Do you want me to
I
continue?
can come back to you.
I like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Assemblymember Mosca.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this. I'll just start with saying values I align as well, that we have to make sure that students, no matter where they're from, have the opportunity to attain their dreams. So I appreciate that. I also have many questions, but I'll start just with the high-level ones. I'd like to start with sections 3 through 12, which were about the district. Now that we have a school performance framework, but we currently do not have a district framework. And thinking about all that is now going to have to happen to make sure that all 17 of our districts can be considered in a framework, have a few questions. Just, have you all thought about what would happen if all of our districts were below? What's the plan for that? We have districts like White Pine that may not have great facilities. We have districts like Pershing that may not have places where they can partner on college and career readiness for the CCR diploma. How are we going to differentiate for all 17 counties, having them under one framework that hasn't existed before?
Steve Canavero, really good question. I could only guess or hypothesize about what the framework might entail, given the need to develop it in consultation with districts and families and engage with stakeholders, just as we have with the current and the star rating system, if you will, for schools. So on the bill contemplates each district's framework to be unique, not in the sense of the ingredients that go in, but obviously the measures of the schools that they govern. So let's say aggregate school performance in elementary, aggregate school performance in middle school, aggregate school performance in high school, college and career readiness attainment. Those could be the buckets, and then it's an aggregate view of the schools under their governance and their performance against, and it would aggregate at the district level. That could be the simplest version of what could be contemplated as we go through this discussion. So we want to keep track of the conversations and obviously any other legislation that passes here, because we would want the district's school performance framework to be similar to, or at least parents could understand how that's connected to the individual school's performance framework as well, that their son or daughter might attend. So that's generally how we envision it working, or given there's a process between this and what I just mentioned, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because I know sitting on the Innovation and Education Excellence Council, we have been discussing this for over a year and a half and really making sure that we've been talking to stakeholders, whether it's students, parents, families, because this is going to be a high lift when we're changing how we're evaluating all of our schools plus our districts, having the technical assistance to do that, but then explaining it to the community. So that makes sense that it's going to take a long time. And so I'll just go to my next really big question was on section 29 on page 57, when you started talking about the different interventions that would then happen at the school base. So I was talking about the district before, now these are the schools. We're saying that they're chronically underperforming. And I know we had talked about this too, which I appreciate you talking to me in my office, because I remember when the Achievement School District existed, when we used to actually have this in statute, and then it went away in statute when where's different leadership. So how would we incentivize, for instance, a charter takeover if there is not more resources or there are not changed conditions? Or what would incentivize, why would a city or county want to take over if we don't include that as well?
Steve Canberro, like specific to the question about like what would happen if you made the phone call and nobody answered, I think is what sorry, it's late, but that's how I heard it. I think that's one of the reasons why the bill includes, I think there's 5 corrective measures in total or some combination thereof after the probationary period. But if the superintendent issues a request for qualifications or a request for interest, that would include charters, that would include city or counties that might have an interest, and that would include principals and teachers who might have an interest in pursuing an innovation plan. And it's only after that then the superintendent considers the feedback in order to develop a plan. There's also some communication and stakeholder engagement as well in here. I shouldn't have skipped over that. It's important. I did it mostly just for expedience to move through the pages. But taking all that into consideration, if you did pick up the phone and a city said, we're not interested, or a charter said, we're not interested, then you then have a narrower set of corrective measures to deploy, but you still have you still have some.
Thank you, Chair. Then just my last follow-up on this here is, so if we're saying too that the trustees then are accountable when it's not been put in the corrective action yet, right? So let's say this is a pretty specific question, but it's my wondering really is, if we then put a school under a city and a county, would we say those city councilmen and those county commissioners are also have the accountability if they don't raise the scores?
Steve Canberro, that's a great question. They would be accountable for the school. The answer is yes. would there be, the bill doesn't contemplate an additional framework for that particular instance for the city or county, but they would be accountable for that school and the school's performance, because they ultimately become the school's district, if you will.
Thank you. Assemblymember Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And most of my questions are probably going to deal with the financial aspect of the bill. But I did have just one quick question, and it could be language in the bill that stood out when you walked us through, was page 20 regarding the reports, the annual report of accountability that is prepared for each school and charter school. The new language being added was that as part of the report, each school and charter school would be compared, obviously, to other schools in the district. But then the new language that's being added has, where applicable, with results of pupils in schools in comparable school districts in other states. And my mind always can't help but go to the level of funding that we do in the state of Nevada. And unfortunately, it's quite low compared to the other states. And so I didn't know where these school districts were going to be pulled from, because I looked to New York, who funds per pupil education at $33,000, and we're only like 1/3 of that. So is this report going to compare our schools to schools that have considerable funding? What was the plan for that part?
Steve Canavero, my understanding of this particular section is comparable isn't just third grade to third grade, but is comparable in context, as well as the various factors that we know influence or affect or have the potential to affect student achievement. I think your point's well taken. We often look at the Smarter Balanced assessment is what we currently use, and we often look at how we're doing compared to other states who also use the Smarter Balanced assessment. The ACT is another example. This is one that we have to add a qualifier. It may not be school funding, but it's universal engagement with ACT, or universal offering. So district ACT scores are kind of all, or state ACT scores are kind of all over the map. But those states that have a full 100% of their students who are taking the assessment, like Nevada does, we do comparative on them to understand where we are. And then just lastly, I'll just mention that there's some really interesting NAEP analysis, because of all of the nation takes the NAEP, we have 4th and 8th grade, but we can also, others do an analysis that looks at similarly situated students, and we can understand how we're growing in comparison to how other states with similarly situated students are growing. So it does sort of help us understand a little bit about, okay, what does this sort of independent view look like? Are we doing well? Are we sort of outpacing, at least on the NAEP, our 4th grade literacy, but our 8th grade not? It does give us a bit of information. And I think that's where the intention here is, that, hey, where there's comparable data and comparable school districts, and that comparison should include factors of situation and factors of similarly situated, is how the educator researchers call it. That should be considered. It's probably just not written because it's long.
It's probably difference between legalese and your level of expertise in education. Okay, so then the funding aspect. When you had answered to the chair's question at the end, I was taking a look, and it didn't seem like there was no section that would actually fund Section 25 that pertains to the Empowering Parents account to support literacy intervention grants. And I kind of thought, well, maybe it fell under Section 68, but now I understand that $8 million is going to be needed for the Department of Education to fund, like, kind of, I guess, the structure to get it up and going. And so the language in the bill references that this money would come from the state education fund. What's in the state education fund is we have the state we have our education savings account, we have the pupil-centered funding plan. Just kind of where is this extra $1 million or more that's being allocated in this bill coming from? But there's no appropriations, so I'm not really sure how that money is going to go from. Like, where it's going from.
Yeah, it's a good question. Steve Canberro, I may have to phone a friend on this one. I'm not sure. Megan Peterson, our Deputy Superintendent for Fiscal Services, if that's acceptable, Chair, thank you. And then I should just leave.
You should not.
May we follow up with you on an answer to that question?
That'd be great, and I can throw my other question out there
Yeah.
too, because it's along the same lines. So once this account is set up, so kind of looking at, I guess, the mechanism, more specifically on this, is the mechanism that's going to be transferring funds, and we need to know kind of the source of where those funds are going to be to go into this new account. And then, once that is funded, how is that going to be distributed amongst our 17 school districts?
Steve Canberro, and just for clarification, that's referencing the Empowering Parents account?
Yes, it is. All of it, I think, is under Section 25.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, just catching up. There's some language, I believe it's around the proportional, and let me find where that language is. This is where I need my PDF and search process. I believe there's a proportional award to districts based upon the number of students that qualify. But I trust my instincts here, but I want to find it. The distribution of it is based on, prioritized by income, but I think you're referencing the transfer of funds from to the district. We will find it if you want to ask the next stumper.
That was actually, Chair, that was my last question with respect to that section, so.
I'm going to jump in as long as we're on fiscal matters. The Education Service Centers. So can you tell us, are those service centers, are the 7 members that are appointed to that service center, will they receive a stipend for their work that they will do on that? Are they employees? I didn't see anything in the bill of how those service centers are funded. What is the thought process there?
Steve Canberro, that's a great question. I believe the board serves without compensation. Yeah, so section or page 108 4A. That may not be your specific question though. How it's funded, there are a number of funding streams that this Education Service Center would be eligible for. Obviously, over the long haul, could be eligible for federal funding. It could be eligible for receiving funding from the state if they take on certain responsibilities, let's say pursuant to this act. They could be funded to support the state to do specific work. They can apply for grants, accept available gifts, appropriations or donations. So it is starting not with funding. So that there's no appropriation within the bill to start it.
And then there's no appropriation in the bill as listed, so I didn't miss it. When you say state, they could be funded by the state. Would that mean funded through NDE and NDE receiving that money from the general fund during the legislative session to fund this in future bienniums?
Steve Canberro, that is certainly a path in the future that could be taken, yes. In the interim, the department could look at the resources that we have. It could even be federal school improvement resources that we have, and we could then engage with the Education Service Center as a partner through an interlocal agreement, if you will, for the services that they would provide in support of school districts. So that would be like a really quick way to have it do some work. But what you had mentioned would be the long-term, could be a long-term path for the sustainability. It's not meant to compete with RPDPs. I want to be clear. It's like, that's not the intention here. The intention is for a federally recognized center, very specific in the lane that it occupies across the state to support school and district performance improvement.
So not during this legislative session, but in future legislative sessions, this body could expect, if this bill were to pass in the form that it's written, that NDE would be coming to this body asking for additional funding for this, or NDE would be taking money from existing programs to fund this.
Steve Canavero, I do think that because we have this biennium, that the department, as it stands up the work, engages with the districts, should this pass, we would then come with a budget bill that is reflective of the type of work that needs to occur in the next biennium. Whether or not there would be a request for funding for the ESC, I can't say. I don't know. I do not think that the ESC, funding of the ESC from the state would be reducing a particular service. I think we would be asking the ESC to do a service that we felt that the ESC could do perhaps better or more nimbly than the department could. So hopefully that helps a bit.
Well, it does help in explaining the thought pattern. I'm going to go now to the RISE accounts. And so what would the mechanism be for funding the RISE accounts in future bienniums?
Steve Canavero, an appropriation by the legislature.
I don't know if you've seen it, but the legislature's kind of hurting for money, right? To be fiscally responsible, not wanting to move things that is going to impact future legislators sitting in these seats, what do you anticipate that appropriation ask would be for future legislative bodies?
Steve Canavero, I do not have an estimate for you or a number at this time.
Okay, so it looks like the fiscal impact for the RISE would be approximately $850,000 for the 25-27 biennium through the state treasurer's office. Is that correct?
Steve Canavero, that is correct. Section 66, page 114, for carrying out the establishment of the program, $850,000 to the state treasurer.
And so that money would have to be appropriated in this legislative session by this body to stand up this program, the RISE program.
Steve Canavero, that's correct.
Okay, and then before I go to, I have two more questions and we'll go back to other members. Transportation. There's changes that would be for the charter school transportation, and how would including charter schools in the transportation funding tier impact the statewide base per pupil amount for future bienniums?
Steve Canavero, I hate to say it depends, but that appears to be the answer about the implementation of transportation for the charter schools and the impact on future biennia. That's the essence of the question, correct?
So by that answer, I would assume that you haven't performed any analysis on the anticipated cost to implement the transportation program, especially for the open enrollment and the expanded achievement options for local educational agencies?
Steve Canavero, okay, I see where you're going. We have not, primarily because that's a next biennium conversation. So we anticipate kind of again during this biennium we would have a better understanding of the schools that would qualify if we ran, and the open enrollment system what its impact would be and work with the districts to understand a number that they would anticipate in terms of the open seats or free space, then I think we would have a better understanding of the fiscal impact that the district would incur based upon the transportation. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, because it may be a next biennium issue, but it's this biennium conversation that we have to have, so we're not putting the legislature and the state in the fiscal cliff that we're not going to be in a position where we can afford this. So wanting to know and expecting some kind of analysis of what the future costs would be that this body would have to deal with, and then you as NDE, the funding that you will be requesting in your future budgets. It's very difficult for me as a fiscal leader in this body to say yes to this, not knowing what those dollars are, committing us or future legislative bodies to pay for something that hasn't even been analyzed, and we don't know what we're getting ourselves into. Does that make sense?
Steve Cambrero, loud and clear. And we'll note that.
I have a few more questions, but we'll go to the next person on my list, and that will be Speaker Yeager.
Thank you, Chair. I have a number of questions, and actually I think some of them will be pretty straightforward, but building off of what the Chair asked, one question I have philosophically is, why do we have a bill with all of this in here when a lot of this won't even be enacted for, I think you said 8 years, and then we're asking fiscal questions and we're hearing about programs that we want to stand up, but we don't know what the funding's going to be because we don't know what the demand is going to be. So, why isn't it just a smaller bite to take, biennium rather than asking us to put all of this into statute when most of it's not even going to come into effect for, almost a decade at this point. So I don't know how involved you were in the construction of this bill, but if you can speak to that at all in terms of, I guess in a way, how is it fair for us to make these determinations when so much of what's going to happen is going to depend on things in the future and who's sitting in these seats?
Steve Cambrero, great question. And, my understanding is clear with the governor's intent in serving students in low-performing schools and ensuring that our statewide performance increases, and there's accountability throughout the system to do that. I believe that it starts somewhere, and that's where the governor's bill starts, to build out a system for the state to do the type of work that we feel like is necessary in order to lift, support and then lift improvement across the state. So I think that's what I got.
Thank you. And Chair, if I could, and I do want to, I want to acknowledge that the governor came in here and he thanked us for our collaboration in the historic funding, and I appreciate that because it was a collaborative effort. I do not believe, however, that this bill was a collaborative effort. I know there were working groups that happened for months and months and months, and not a single legislator was ever asked to be a part of that working group. I'm not blaming you for that, but my frustration there is I think now we're faced with this gigantic bill 2 weeks ago in session, and I sense from looking at the audience members, they're wondering when they get to testify on this bill. They've been sitting here patiently, but I feel like a lot of this could have been worked out if legislators had been part of the working groups to get some of these questions answered or provide suggestions, especially considering how many educators are on this committee. So I'll just say that's a frustration of mine, right? Because we're 2 weeks to go in session, and this is a gigantic policy shift sort of bill. So that's sort of the statement. I have one philosophical question and then a number of technical questions. The philosophical question is one that was touched upon by Assemblymember Backus, and that is this. We all want transparency or accountability. We talked about that last session. We're talking about it today. I don't think you're going to find a person up here who doesn't want accountability. But how do we evaluate accountability in the funding structure that we have here in the state? Where does that translate into accountability, the fact that Nevada, I think, is still number 48 or 49th in the country in terms of per pupil funding? How does that factor into all of this?
Steve Cambrero, it's a great question. I think the perspective that the department holds is that in many ways it's how the funds are used in addition to how much funding is available. And in I guess an iteration of the bill as a means towards something, we would be able to come together to figure out how to be the most efficient, have the most efficient operations possible. We leverage the state Department of Education resources, we leverage the district's resources, and we leverage the school's resources to provide the types of supports that are necessary, up to the extent that they exist. I mean, that's kind of the reality, at least for us, that we have to live in.
Thank you, Chair. And if I could just ask a few more. Does anything in this bill allow the Department of Education, the Superintendent of Public Instruction, does it allow you to remove a trustee of or remove a superintendent of a school district, or is that authority not granted in this bill?
Steve Canavero, yes, it does, and I could find it specifically for you if you'd like, but it does. The bill does have a provision to remove a superintendent.
And I guess just as a follow-up, I mean, that would presumably be without the consent of an elected board of trustees who would have been the ones who had hired that superintendent. I think that's how I read the bill, but I got to be honest, this is a gigantic bill, and I did my best to get through it. But if you could just confirm that decision, I know there's a lot of mechanisms to get to that in the bill, but ultimately that would be something that would be done without the consent or approval of the elected board of trustees.
Steve Canavero, there is the authority to remove a district superintendent or key personnel in the bill, and there has been some discussions about adopting language that holds the district trustees harmless for that decision that's being made. I think there's another bill that has similar language in it.
Okay, thank you. And Chair, I promise just have a few more, hopefully quick ones. One of the concerns I have is the capacity of the Nevada Department of Education to do any of this. And I say that respectfully, but with the federal Department of Education seemingly going away and we're not knowing how that is going to work, I mean, how in the world is the Department of Education going to have the capacity to take over an entire school district or individual schools? And sort of related to that question, I'll just ask that at the same time, that section 61 of the bill, which we talked about a little bit, it creates the Education Service Center. Is that the entity that would do some of this work? Because I'm trying to figure out why we are creating yet another level of government to get involved in the education system when I think, not saying I agree with this, but I think nationally the conversation has been we should have less government and more local control. What I see Section 61 as is another state agency that somehow fits with NDE, but maybe doesn't. So if you could maybe just clarify that, how you think that would work in your mind.
Steve Canavero, yes, capacity is a key consideration that as you read through this bill and you look at the provisions that we have to think about, we think we've contemplated that in this next 2 years with the fiscal note to stand up, support the building, and build out the infrastructure. But the ESC is independent. I mean, they're certainly connected to the department in the sense that they're obligated to be responsive to the initiatives of the state and specifically to conditions or sections within this act. But they would be independent from the Nevada Department of Education, and ideally in a form would be that capacity building arm that the department could lean on to provide those capacity services. So your read of it, even if quick, is correct.
Thank you, Chair. And just a couple more. What is an innovation school? Like, that's in the bill, but like what is that in your mind? Like, it says someone can create an innovation school, but and remember the last time this legislature was presented with something called innovation or innovation zones, it did not go over very well back in 2019, I believe it was. But if you could talk, what is that? What does that look like?
Sure. Steve Canavero. I've been referring to it as like the from us for us kind of school. So it's engages with the educators at the school site if they want to pursue innovation status. What it effectively does is if the school remains within the school district, they have the authority to have flexibility on things like budgeting, curriculum, professional development. So they have a little bit more, they have more control over what's happening within the constraints of their school, principal and teachers. They could waive or request to waive particular policy of the district, that they're like, hey, this is getting in our way and we want to waive some policies. I think I mentioned it here, but essentially another view is if it's for and from the educators at the school, it stays within the district it's also an opportunity to try out different approaches or new approaches to meet the needs of the community and the students. Is that helpful?
It is.
Okay.
Thank you. And, you know, I have a lot of questions, and I can ask some of them offline because I know other members have questions. But, Chair, if I could ask one last question, and this is one that's important to me, and I wasn't really clear from reading the bill or from hearing a presentation how this worked. So I'm not going to go through the whole structure, but there are mechanisms in this bill where students can basically get out of it, leave a school that is underperforming, chronically underperforming. I don't know what the phraseology is. And then we have the RISE accounts. My question is this: if a student leaves and goes to a private school, does the state funding follow that student? Does the funding follow, or is that separate independent funding? I guess, I mean, the per pupil funding that would go to that student, does that follow them into a private school, or does it work some other way?
Steve Canavero, the funding does not follow the student to the private school through the RISE account. It's a separate and distinct appropriation, has to be within the constraints of the Constitution and the separate appropriation to the Nevada Integrity account. The 90% of the per pupil is just mentioned as the ceiling for how much a particular RISE account could be used to then pay for, in that particular case, tuition at a private school. So it's separate from the per pupil.
Okay, Chair, could I ask one follow-up on that? I mean, I was not in the building back in 2013, I believe it was, 2015, when the legislature enacted the educational savings account, also known as the voucher program. And I think, you know, that was challenged, and basically that was just never funded, right? So this looks a little bit like that to me, that we're establishing an account that could be used, potentially fund private schools. We're asking state money to be in there, but I mean, essentially, I guess I just want to confirm that, you know, those mechanisms are in the bill, but if they're not funded, and this would be a general fund appropriation, not a tax credit like the so-called opportunity scholarships, but if there was no funding in there, a student functionally wouldn't be able, they could still go to a private school if they could afford it on their own, but they wouldn't be able to take advantage of the RISE account if there's no funding there.
Steve Canavero, that's correct. And the intention, I think, in the bill and the design of the integrity account is to be responsive to Lopez v. Schwartz and the fallout from there.
Thank you. And I do have another question. So for the Excellence in Education account, how did the governor determine that the 30 million was the appropriate maximum balance in the account, and why the maximum should increase by the rate of inflation for each fiscal year?
Steve Canavero, this is where some modeling did take place with teachers and administrators using the NEPF data. So it's not perfect, but there was some modeling. We used average salary, so again, not perfect. And we may have rounded up along the way to ensure that the ceiling was reasonable enough to meet the needs of teachers or districts who opt in.
Okay, well, with knowing that, given the fact that this money committees, we've approved transferring approximately $242 million from the Education Stabilization Account to the Pupil-Centered Funding Plan to support K-12 education through FY25 and in the FY25-27 biennium. What is the probability that the Education Stabilization Account will exceed that 20% cap? Because I believe in the bill, that's where the money will be coming from once it exceeds that cap during the 25-27 biennium or in future bienniums to even put money into that account. Because it seems, I think during the interim, NDE came to the IFC once or twice, and then again during this legislative session for money from that account to balance your books.
Yes, Steve Canavero, a good question. It doesn't have to exceed the 20% for it to be actionable or access to the Excellence in Education account. There's also a provision around the ending fund balance for districts and charter schools as well. When we worked through this, We believe that in 2027 fiscal year, there, it could be utilized, and it will likely be funded, and this is a non-fiscal person, so I apologize if I'm way over my skis here, with interest, because interest can transfer over to the Excellence in Education account.
Okay, so right now, those ending fund balances flow into the current account, and ND has had to come to this legislative body to get money to continue the programming and funding to balance your books, right? And oftentimes, I think twice, have to take a loan from that account and pay that money back. So now you're saying that that money would not flow into the account, so that money wouldn't be there if NDE needs it for the current programming that you have set up, because you would take the money to put into this new Excellence in Education account? And if I'm not understanding it correctly, please educate me, but that's how I understand it.
Steve Cambero, could you ask the question one more time, Madam Chair? I apologize for, I'm not being thick. I'm
No.
just trying to understand the question.
You had said something about the ending fund balances that at the schools, right? That money that flows into the account currently, right? So if you're going to take those dollars that are currently going into what we have as the account where you guys would come to us, and you have during legislative and IFCs for the education stabilization account that was set up to help NDE make sure we're able to, not have to lower the pupil-centered funding plan. If the money doesn't go there, right, and you said that you don't think, even if we don't make it to the 20% cap, you would still be able to access dollars from that, taking the balance even further down to fund this new account. How is that going to impact the current program that we have, that account where you are currently coming to this body and asking for money, loans, to make NDE whole?
Steve Cambero, the only available funding would be the interest. It wouldn't be the ending fund balances. So just a quick clarification there, the interest on the stabilization account. I'll quickly transfer, or at least tap in, Deputy Superintendent to see if we can maybe help also address some of the other questions that you're asking.
Thank you.
Megan Peterson for the record. So I just want to start at a kind of a high level and explain the overall concept and the mechanism and how they trigger, and then how the account is funded, which I think is the ultimate question. But initially, the intent is to look at what is the value of the stabilization account in combination with the reserves at school districts and charter schools. And if the combined of those equals 20% of the pupil-centered funding plan allocations, then we would look at triggering, I'm so sorry, I don't know what's happening, triggering the mechanism to initiate the Excellence in Education account. At which point, if because of the combined of all of those sources is 20%, then we would look at, instead of transferring from the stabilization account because it reached the 20% threshold, instead we would transfer anything in terms of interest that is earned, the excess because of either higher than projected revenues or less than projected enrollment savings would instead go into the Excellence in Education account and fund that until it reaches the 30 million, at which point then that's available to use to provide funding for the incentives. So I hope that clarifies a little bit.
It explains the thought pattern of how you got to this. I may not be in agreement that that would be the best way, the use of those funds. I'm going to go to Assemblymember Bacchus and then Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just jumping in because walking through this, I just want to get a point of clarification with the statutory language of how you just explained it. As I look at subsection 4 of section 17, it provides a priority order of that funding. And it's, so if at the present where we are at, we have not reached the limits set forth by statute from last legislative session where we established a new cap for the education savings account. So if we don't meet those under provisions A and B, you wouldn't get to C. And C would provide that any of the interest on the ESA would roll into that account. Am I understanding that as your kind of like policy that you're implementing, that we will not touch that until we do hit that 20, like we fully fund our educational savings account first?
Megan Peterson, for the record, our understanding is that once the mechanism is triggered, because the 20% of the combined stabilization account and reserve of the school districts is met, then we would begin filling the excellence in education account through tiers A, B, and C. And then once the excellence in education account is fully funded at the 30 million, then anything left over from those tiers would begin transferring back to the stabilization account.
Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you, Chair. And I was really interested in this topic as well. So I have a little bit of clarity, but again, I do have confusion because my reading is the same as my colleagues. That there is an order that would go through in terms of funding into this account, and interest is at the bottom of the order. So I think, and you've indicated that your current projections show that we would be in a place where some amount of interest may enter this account in fiscal year 2027. I guess it would just be helpful if you could show us the math on that so that we can see exactly what the estimates are of the combination of the education stabilization account, the reserves, so the balances for the school districts and then charter schools, and then exactly what money would be flowing over and how much. So I guess that's just a comment on that I think would hopefully help all of us understand your thought process, and then we can also see if that aligns with our interpretation of the statutory language. The questions that I wanted to ask were about the low-performing schools, and I have a few. I guess, first of all, do you have any estimate based on these criteria how many of our schools in the state would currently be designated as low-performing?
Steve Canavero, our projection, or like just using past data, about 53% would be the 1 or 2 star with the English and mathematics below 20th percentile high school grad rates. So the provisions within the law, about 53%. Currently, our federal designations, as you know, that those also run. There's about, I want to say, 180 schools in the federal designations. So it's approximately about 70 additional. Not that it's a one-to-one overlap, but just in terms of the numbers of schools that would be worked with.
Thank you. Again, if you could follow up, that would be helpful. So, but it's a significant amount. It sounds like the majority of our schools. Another thing, could you tell me a little bit more about this criteria B on page 17 of the pupils demonstrating proficiency in English language arts and mathematics in the bottom 20th percentile of statewide performance metrics? You may be more familiar with this than I am, since this is not an area that I am constantly engaged in. But my reading is that essentially, and I know we are far from where we want to be, but my reading of this is that essentially the bottom 20% of performance at all times of schools would always fall within the low performing designation. So if I don't understand that properly. Can you just help explain that item to me a little bit better?
Certainly, Steve Canavero. On page 17B, pupils enrolled in a public school demonstrating proficiency in English language arts and mathematics in the bottom 20th percentile of statewide performance metrics. The bottom 20th percentile would be the mark, and so that's sort of agnostic to the number of students. That's the mark, and then the students that fall within that bottom 20th percentile of the distribution of scores would be the students that would be identified with this B. So it's not always a one-to-one with the 20th percentile and 20% of kids.
Thank you. So then that question, how does that relate to the schools, right? At what density of those students in a school does that trigger the school to be listed as underperforming? Does that make sense? Because my understanding is you're setting this kind of benchmark of the 20th percentile, and you're looking at the students that fall into that. But in a school, you'll have some students that are above that or below that. So at what point does that trigger for the school?
Steve Canavero. So good question. It's applied at the school. It's determined at the state level. So it's the entire state distribution, but it's applied to a particular school site. So their students' performance against that statewide 20th percentile mark.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess this is just a quick check of my understanding. So if throughout the process, we reach the point where there are various interventions in these schools, they're designated as persistently underperforming, et cetera. So it seems like there's a lot of different options, one of which is this innovation school, which I'm still trying to understand how it's different than a charter. But there also is conversion to a charter. I think my understanding is that charter could be under the district, or it could be under the charter school, the SPCSA. Lots of letters there. And then you had indicated that they will have both the same accountability measures as all of the other schools, as well as what already exists on charters. So it is possible that if they do not improve, that charter school that was a public school could be closed. But then it also notes that potentially if there's improvement, the original governance could be reinstated. So would that mean that a charter school would then be reverted back into a traditional public school? And I guess if my understanding of all those options is correct, has that been done? Because I mean, that seems like there's a lot of logistics and moving pieces in taking a public school, transitioning it into a charter school, and then potentially transitioning it back.
Steve Canavero, let me see. I think there's three questions in that one question. In terms of charter sponsorship, it's anybody who's any sponsor who's approved by the department. So that could include a school district, it could include the SPCSA, and I believe, and folks I apologize that I'm not totally up to date on the city and counties. That's new since I've left. The innovation versus charter, maybe the easiest way is governance. The innovation is a district school. Charter school has its own board. It's its own independent school. That might be helpful. They both do. I could see how they get like the same, because they both should enjoy some flexibilities that would otherwise not be available to non-charter or non-innovation public schools. The charter back to public, I think that scenario hypothetical, but we could play it out a little bit. I would think that let me say this first. If the charter school is not succeeding, then you're right. It would be subject to these provisions, period. And to answer Assemblymember Anderson's question, page 60, section 2910. This is where these interventions that we're talking about here are a little bit unique in the charter space, because the sponsor may be pursuing closure of a charter school, and there's nothing in this space that would impair or infringe upon that charter sponsor's right to execute the contract in a way that made sense to them. So yeah, if a charter school was not, it was converted, but the charter school wasn't successful, then any one of these provisions would apply. Or if it was successful, they could make a determination of whether returning to governance makes sense for the community, and obviously have the community have a voice in that.
One more follow-up, Chair? Go ahead. Okay, thank you for that. I mean, I'll just say that I do, again, I understand this. I appreciate the idea of accountability, but, you know, I also then wonder if there's a conversion to a charter and the charter is not succeeding, now the school is closed. Now we had a public school, now we have no school. And so I wonder what the potential implications of that can be. Going back to the fiscal question, so a majority of schools would fit into this low-performing framework that would require significant intervention from the department. Apparent, you have kind of a rundown of what this $4 million appropriation would cover. We don't have that because we don't have a fiscal note on the bill that lays out what the various staffing needs are to implement it. But I guess to put a point on it, so you're saying that it would only take $4 million a year to manage the majority of schools in the state that would be designated as low performing under this framework? I mean, it just goes back to the question of capacity, the capacity that the department would have to undertake everything that's laid out for these low performing schools, given the numbers that you provided to me initially.
Thank you for the question, Steve Canavero. We believe that the $4 million in each fiscal year of this biennium is sufficient to start and stand up and build out the programming. There's a series of events and time and supports and alignment that occurs well before we enter into the corrective measures. Our goal would be to utilize the time that it takes and the staffing that it takes to stand up and build the programming to then follow on in the next biennium and help support the school improvement planning process for these schools that are identified. Not all of these schools will, at least our hope is that working with the district in collaboration, we can support these schools with their improvement plan that's a bit unique from what we currently already require. Definitely different components that we would then be able to work, and they would work themselves out of probation, or the improvement would occur. That's the current, and that would be in the next biennium where we would be supporting, let's say, low-performing schools on probation.
Thank you, and that's also covered in a fiscal note in effects on future biennia, so we could see what the effect of that ramp up would be on your agency moving forward. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I have questions on other areas as well, but I know many other members do as well, so I'll pause at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And I have a few fiscal questions, but I know we have a number of members that are in line to ask questions. So I will come back to those if the members do not ask them. So we'll go next to Assemblymember Brown May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to ask questions. Specifically, I'm going to jump back to page 98, where we talk about qualifying for that endorsement to teach kindergarten in grades 1, 2, and 3, and that specialized endorsement for the teacher. And one of the subsections identifies also having that endorsement for pupils with disabilities and then trauma-informed practices. I'm curious to know, how does this framework address the specialized needs of our students with disabilities? Is there any contemplation around how are we collecting that data with regard to their performance and integration in the educational system? I know that in previous times there have, the deaf and hard of hearing community in particular has come forward and requested an assessment from the Nevada Department of Education to look at a needs for our deaf students. I'm just curious to know if you could speak to that.
Steve Canavero, and we're on, as I remember, we're on page 98, and we're under the provisions related to the license qualifications, and then the training for differentiating instruction based on, effective methods for teaching those standards, but also considering differentiating for students with disabilities.
Thank you, that's correct. I
Yeah.
can see that we're contemplating parts of that, and I'm curious to know, how are we carrying that all the way through to student performance?
Yeah, it's a good, Steve Canvero, a good question. And when we establish standards, and then even if when we establish at the state level model curriculum, we don't adopt curriculum. We just establish standards. We may establish guidelines and instructional strategies that are effective. Those are guidance to the districts and guidance to the schools. Depending upon how they interact with that guidance would dictate really what the experience for a student with disabilities would be in a classroom for a teacher who would otherwise be trained on this. Is that helpful? I don't mean to like put the series of steps in between all this, but the department doesn't go directly into a school and evaluate the pedagogy or evaluate teachers in schools.
Thank you, I appreciate that. But I'm curious to know, how are we evaluating that student's performance framework in this methodology as we're looking for effective education?
Steve Canavero, great question. So I appreciate the follow-up and clarification. So for an elementary student with disabilities, they would unless they're on an IEP that, of course, they're on a different assessment system, they would take the literacy assessments in early learning, and we would then get that information. That's part of the student performance that we currently measure on the statewide system of accountability. It's currently a component within a special population that it stands out from the other special populations that are included within the accountability system. There's an addition in the reporting requirement, in addition to third grade, the standard third grade state assessment battery, that there's also reporting on our public accountability reporting that includes the performance on third grade literacy assessments that the districts deploy statewide. So there's a number of points along the way that we certainly keep track of in terms of the students with disabilities and their performance, and especially in the elementary grades. You have a couple of different assessments, the third grade literacy, and then let's say third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth grade assessments as well. Is that helpful?
Sort of.
Maybe?
So
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm gonna be very honest with you.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe. It's maybe helpful. And while we have a number of students, I believe the last count I had was 16,000 students that have individualized education plans in the state of Nevada. At a specific grade level. It's very important, though, that we are making sure that the performance framework that we're putting into place with regard to educating all of our students includes our students with disabilities, that we're still expecting them to progress, and that we're building the systems that are also helpful for them, as well as the teachers that are going to be in those classrooms. I know that specifically the deaf and hard of hearing community has asked repeatedly for us to look at the specialized needs of those deaf and hard of hearing students to be able to be integrated and specialized services. And I see that in this framework, we're also including specialized endorsements for teachers who receive training in American Sign Language, right? Which is really good. But my real question is, how are we tracking the performance of those students to be able to meet the expectations so that they can graduate on time?
Steve Canvero, yeah, I apologize. Maybe it's just me sitting up here for too long. I do not want to give the impression that we do not monitor students with disabilities. Absolutely, they're a part of the framework. They're a part of the points earning framework for every school. There's expectations that they have to meet in terms of their performance. So there's a standard. It's not just, there's a standard. And in particular, a school that has a significant gap with the students with disabilities and the general student population would be identified for additional supports. So they would be part of the targeted supports and assistance interventions that we have at the state level if there's a significant gap in achievement.
Thank you for that. And one more, Chair. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. And as we continue to build out this performance framework, it's really, I think, essential for us to include students with disabilities in that performance, in what the expectation is for them. I do want to go back to section 1, the very beginning of this, page 8. it talks about line 7, ensuring that all reports serve meaningful purpose in supporting educational outcomes. And then on line 15, data concerning the educational achievement of pupils. And then proposing alternative reports on page 33. With all of the changes that are happening at a federal level with regard to the Department of Education and what the expectations are for states to manage, I am very curious to know who is going to identify what reports are redundant, what do we value as important for reporting, and I'm coming at this from a students with disabilities framework because those numbers are small and that population was forgotten about for many years. We didn't even begin to address this within federal legislation until the 1980s. Right? And so I want to make sure that as Nevada, do not go backwards and find those reports to be redundant or unnecessary.
Steve Canberra, that's a very insightful question. The intent of this section is for teachers and principals, those that are like oftentimes most directly affected by the reporting, to have agency and a channel to be seriously heard in order for us to reduce the burden on them. That's the intent. It will go all the way up to the superintendent of public instruction. I don't believe here it's contemplated anywhere that, I think there are safeguards here that serve your purpose in the sense of for transparency and for performance. So I think there are safeguards here to ensure that it's not just, hey, all the reporting is gone. In a world where the infrastructure and the structure that we have built that is largely responsive to federal reporting as well and state, if the federal reporting is somehow turned down or turned off. I think that would be a conversation about our priorities as a state and what are our priorities. And I have yet to hear anyone to say that our priorities are not to ensure that every group of students, whether it's students with disabilities or students in major racial and ethnic groups, are not identified and worked to ensure that they have the appropriate targets and the high expectations of all of our other students across the state.
I thank you for your comments, and I do believe that you believe that, and so I appreciate that. I can tell you that the reality for many of the parents and families of students who have profound needs don't experience that in their daily activity. So I, as a state, hope that we continue to grow in that direction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Assembly Member O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Sir, I've been here, this is my 4th term in the legislature. Dating back, I served in 2015. I've heard over and over again, we've had various programs to improve our education system in Nevada. Give it more money. Last session, we added $2 billion, the governor did. Unfortunately, we're still towards the bottom of the list. What I'm asking, and it's more of a generalized question, what the governor is proposing in this bill, AB 584, how does it reimagine? Why can I put my faith in it that the results will be different than what we haven't experienced or unfortunately have experienced in the past? What is different?
Steve Canavero, thank you for your question. In my experience and opinion, one of the largest drivers within the Governor's Act that I think is promising for the future of education in our state is the alignment in the interests between the state, the districts, and the schools. Historically, it has always been schools. Schools are accountable, schools are accountable, schools are accountable. And oftentimes in conversations with principals and teachers at those schools over the years, it's like, hey, we're fine with being held accountable, but we have very little flexibility or very little authority over our particular school site. And the reason why I'm hopeful, and it kind of goes back to my opening comments, is that if we can be on the same side of the table together, fighting for higher achievement for our kids and our communities, and working together to try to solve those problems, rather than fighting against each other about why that school is on the list or not on the list, or, you know, you can't come in and provide supports, or they shouldn't be on your list. Maybe having the districts accountable, the boards of trustees and the superintendents, we'll see more conversations about student achievement at board meetings, more questions about how funds are being allocated and what's the value of those allocations. Maybe we'll see deeper conversations about integrating services at the local level, maybe asking the state, would love this, ask the state, ask the governor's cabinet, how do we bring HHS and other state entities to work with our local health departments to provide additional supports at schools where we know that they're needed, but we don't have the funding to do it. Leveraging each other's strengths and playing to each other's strengths to try to build a system that's higher performing and meeting the needs of our students and the communities. That would be my hope, but I don't think that's far off from the actual language of the bill. It doesn't prescribe a program necessarily. There are some science of reading provisions in the back around literacy, which I think are smart and wise. But there's really nothing in here that says you have to implement this for 10 minutes and you have to do this for 14. It's saying you're responsible for outcomes for your students, and we're going to hold you responsible for your outcomes for your students. And let's align our systems to try to make it work. So that's that's I guess my response to your question.
I appreciate that, and I've got to say, you used the word hope many times. I have hope for our education system. But if you don't mind, and it's hope without a plan is just a four-letter word. I hear a plan is what we have here. We have hope with a plan. And I really appreciate you bringing in, as you were just saying, the other agencies, the other departments that we have within the state to support our education system, which I haven't heard before. So, Chair, I thank you for the time, and thank you, sir.
Assembly Member Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all the way that you guys have been answering these questions. I know it's been a lot. I just have a few. So my first question of the second round. So on page 18, you mentioned a performance plan, which was just mentioned as well another way. But in this case, the performance plan would be for a school site and or possibly for a district, it sounds like. Could those performance plans include smaller class sizes and caseloads?
Steve Canavero, back for the bonus round of questions. I think within unknown constraints that I just don't know about, I think these performance plans can, and this is specific for a school who's in probation, correct? Yes. Other than the provisions of notwithstanding within the law around student achievement, the strategies that the school deploys to get there, we feel would be a conversation and dialogue with the district and the school, because we imagine that there'd probably be budget concerns or other constraints that the school is operating in that we would need to navigate. But I don't think it's contemplated that the plan would just take into consideration those provisions that are listed.
Follow up, if I may? Thank you. So I guess what I'm trying to get at right now also, and I think we're both in education, we're both watching what's happening with our university and college graduation and who's graduating from the College of Ed. We don't have as many people going into education right now. Let's just be realistic about it. It's the best profession at times. But right now, it is truly the best profession when you get to talk with the students who are so excited to be graduating. And I can say that over my 28 years of teaching, this really is the first year where I talked with some students and said, hey, you're going to be a great teacher. And I would say out of about 12 kids that I said that to, maybe a little bit more, I didn't even have 3 that said that they would be going into education. We have a huge decrease of the number of people going into education. Is that even part of this plan? Because we need to start really addressing the other issue, the large issue of the fact that our class sizes, as was mentioned by the speaker, are huge. Is this part of this plan?
Steve Canavero, it's not specifically mentioned here in this particular bill, other than there are provisions by which a school and a district can work to modify the ratios, principal supervisor ratios, et cetera. But we do know that and shout out to SB 81, helping with all of the work that you all have invested in over really the last 10, 15 years, I think at this point, to support the various scholarship, stipend programs that are available, Teach Nevada Scholarship, to try to encourage students to go into the teaching profession. And so all of that exists to try to encourage. You all have funded it. And there's stuff, that's why I mentioned it's not just specifically in here. I didn't want to say it, nobody cares about it, but you all care about it, we care about it. It's just not specifically in the scope of this bill.
Thank you. It would be nice if it was, because that is one of the biggest things. And actually, the other thing that this brings up, it was something that I do like in this bill. Yay. It's the Section 50, and it's deals with the coaching, I believe, that you have there. I think I've lost the page number. I had it written down at one point. But where you discuss having a coach for the new teachers or for probationary teachers, excellent idea. Is the idea as well is that this coach would continue to also teach at the same time? Or is the idea is that this teacher, this coach for new teachers would actually be without a classroom?
Steve Canavero, just to backtrack a little bit, we just got done talking about the Excellence in Education account and other provisions to try to keep and retain our teachers and reward them, so I don't want to dismiss that in the bill. I apologize, I was so focused on the supply, I missed the idea around retaining our professionals in the program. The bill, the intent here is for the support to be provided. There's flexibility within the district context and the school context to make the determinations that you're suggesting. But the bill doesn't go into that level of detail.
Thank you so much, because I think we all know the stats right now of how many individuals are leaving the profession within the first 3 years. And actually, that's one more item I'd like to bring up, and that is, you mentioned teachers often, which again, I appreciate that, but we have many other education licensed personnel. Are you using that idea of teachers the same as counselors? And our counselors in our state are looking at 450 to 500 students to one counselor. So when you mention teachers, are you also thinking of our other licensed education personnel, whether that is a counselor, speech language pathologist, et cetera?
Steve Canavero, I do generally refer to the licensed professionals and generally speaking as the teachers. I apologize if that's, but just trying to save, if I went down the list every time, we'd be here for longer.
We would, and I feel bad about saying et cetera. I have one last question, if I may. Thank you. On page 71, on section 35.5A, you basically bring up on innovation schools that it is not the simple majority, as is what's usually necessary for a contract as together, but instead you're changing it to 75% of all staff members. So that would be the other licensed education personnel, but it would also be our education support professionals and anyone that is employed by the school, if I'm understanding that correctly. Can you please explain why it's 75%, which is a large change from what our current practice is?
Steve Canavero, I actually have a meeting to talk, this was brought up 2 days ago. To me, is like the standard that's here in the bill is higher than the typical standard. And I asked for a meeting to discuss exactly what the standard should be. I think the intention here is that they have a voice, and the voice is appropriate, and if there's a standard, then we would insert that here.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for that much time.
You're welcome. We'll go back to Assembly Member Torres Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for continuing to answer all of our questions on this bill. I mean, I think it's important for the public to know, though. I mean, we're not looking at a bill that's just, a couple pages long, right? We're right now discussing a 115-page bill that we've only had for about a week at this point. And so it's important that we get all, and there's so many different parts of this bill. This is a bill that would generally be, I think, several pieces of legislation, so it's important that we have that record. So that's why we have so many questions on this policy before us today. So my question has to pertain to some of the, like the Empower Parents funding. My understanding from my conversations with districts, and I can get you a section number if that's helpful. It's on page 53 of the bill. My understanding from my conversations with districts is this is quite a big administrative load on districts and schools, and the idea would be that there would be like these subgrants that are created, and then districts would also need personnel, and I know that there's no fiscal notes yet from districts, and I would like to see those before we move forward with any piece of policy like this. But then it would require the districts to administer these grants to families within their community. And, in my conversations earlier this session, I was told that this is to engage families, and I'm just going to call that blasphemous because as an educator, I know that empowering families and engaging families means engaging them on my campus. But what I understand the purpose of this actually is not family engagement, it's literacy. And so I don't see anything in here where we're funding professional development for literacy, and that is a concern of mine. I know that there is, in section 58 on page 102 of this bill, there's this idea that all of the schools would provide professional development for teachers, paras, and administrators on the science of reading. I've also spoken to districts and principals and school leaders, and they don't have the capacity to do that. So we're creating professional development requirement, which is going to be a checkbox without providing the support. So in the past, what has NDE done to provide enriching science of reading professional development? Because if that's the direction we want to go, I understand that NDE has done some stuff in the past. Could you address some of what has been done previously to actually support literacy?
Yeah, Steve Canvero, I think might be helpful is to, in our fiscal note, we have, I don't have it right here in front of me, I'll find it somewhere, funding available for that professional development for the transition to science and reading, or the reinforcement of science and reading, because I know a lot of folks are already working there. My understanding is UNLV, UNR, Nevada State offer that already embedded in their teacher prep programs. But we do have some funding available in the fiscal note to work with the RPDPs to then provide the literacy supports and training to districts.
Thank you. And would there then be a substantial, if we want to provide high quality science of reading professional development, that is not a 2-hour PD that we provide on an in-service day. My conversations with any elementary school leader has suggested that, a comprehensive science of reading instruction is at least 20 hours of professional development. So I don't understand how we work that in and require that all schools provide it annually. That doesn't seem realistic. So I would like to just, have a further conversation about what actually makes sense as far as that professional development, to make sure that teachers actually have the skills and don't feel like they have to go provide instruction on something they're not comfortable with. I did have another question in regards to the innovation schools and conversions to charters. In the legislation, as I see it drafted right now, with the innovation schools, or if a school was taken over, you could have that school converted to a charter or innovation school. There's nothing in here right now guaranteeing that those students continue to be students from that community. And we know with public charter schools, as the statute requires right now, they do have to apply and participate in a lottery. So I am a little concerned that this could create a scenario where you're actually pushing kids out of their neighborhood school into other schools, and then families would have to reapply. And I don't think that's the intent, but that is how this legislation stands right now. And I believe that is a huge equity concern.
Steve Canvero, that is not the intention of the bill. I appreciate you acknowledging that that's not the intention of the bill, and the need to make it clear that any innovation or conversion to charter or city or county Absolutely, those students are to be served. It's not the intention to suddenly open up something different and have other students push them out. It is 100% meant to serve those kids. So I appreciate it, and perhaps when we have a discussion about the science of reading PD, we can work through some language that would make that intent very clear in the law.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Assemblymember Mosca.
Thank you, Chair, and wanting to have the record, I appreciate the second go around. So on page 92, section 49, I just wanted to make sure that this was saying that this would get rid of the SOT at the school if this did indeed happen. As we know in statute right now, we have site-based at schools with the SOT, with parents, and so wanting to make sure that I'm reading this correctly.
Steve Canavero, your read, you said it got rid of the SOT, or it just suspended the SOT?
So on section 49, if you go to line 30.
30, yeah.
Yeah, the school district suspend or modify any applicable site-based decision-making powers granted to the local school precinct.
That's correct. So there is some discretion for the superintendent of schools to modify or suspend those decisions.
Okay, I
Yes.
think that's important for the record. Thank you. And then just my last question then, I know so many questions, I thank my colleagues for asking. On page 62, so page 62, sub 4, starting on line 19 to 34, it talks about all the incentives that would be offered, salary increases, flexible scheduling, specialized training programs, and additional supports. Just where did these come from? And if we're willing to offer them to schools who are now failing, why are we not considering them on the front end as well?
Steve Canavero, that's a good question. I believe this may have come from some models in, I may get this, Indiana or Denver, some of these provisions for the innovation schools, where they've been used elsewhere. But that's an asterisk. I believe that's where the research ties back to. Obviously, this would be a decision that the state is involved in. I think outside of the state's involvement, those decisions could be extended by a district to a school in advance of any state level intervention. But because it's a state now framework that's being applied or an intervention that's being applied, these revisions could then be considered for that school.
Okay, thank you. I think that's also important for the record. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you, Chair. So I had some questions about the open enrollment and particularly some of the transportation provisions on looking at page 50. So earlier in the conversation, I think there were some clarifying questions about the low-performing schools and the accountability measures, and clarifying that when public school was used there, that it applied both to traditional public schools as well as public charter schools. I'm wondering if that's also the case in this section of the bill, and because if so, then is my understanding correct that under this open enrollment policy, if a student moved to a charter school, a district would need to provide transportation for that student to the charter school?
Steve Canavero, that's a good question, and one I have not thought through. I would hate to provide an answer that I'd have to do it in real time. I'd prefer to look at the language a bit more clearly if you would accept that. We have a follow-up with you already, so maybe we follow up on that too.
I'd be glad to. I mean, I guess I'll just ask, so is this an issue that you haven't really thought about too much, or is there an intent there? And I think if there's the potential that there needs to be transportation provided to charters, then I think there's a lot of additional questions about some of the budgetary mechanisms for that.
Steve Cambero, it's largely bandwidth, I would imagine at this point, my bandwidth, to consider the scenarios that you're putting forth for consideration.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like that's something that hasn't that needs a little bit of additional time to work through. And then I was just also trying to work through how this would work even within a school district. So if a student moves to another school, to the extent feasible, the district has to provide transportation for the student to that other school that they've been accepted into. Or they have to provide them with a transportation subsidy. It looks like that subsidy has a cap of not more than 2 times what it would cost to provide the transportation to the average student. And then it seems like it can be either a flat rate, which is at the discretion of the school district. So doesn't seem like there's a floor or guidance. It would just be a flat rate that is determined by the school district. Or it could be based, and it seems like, I guess, if there's not a flat rate, or I guess no, that's the other part that I'm not clear on, is if it's one or the other. But then otherwise there would have to be reported, it's reported in subsection C on line 31 of page 50, or in line 19 it says verified costs. And so would this mean that essentially families would need to provide, receipts and itemized expenses, and then those expenses would be reimbursed essentially up to 200% of what it costs to provide transportation to the average student?
Steve Cambero, that's my understanding.
Thank you, and I just want to make sure that we have, since this is a fiscal committee, the fiscal aspects, that we have them down correctly and I understand them correctly. So as currently written, AB 584 provides for a total general fund appropriation of $10.9 million over the 25-27 biennium. Is that number correct?
Steve Cambero, yes, that's, and you're summarizing the section 67 and 68
Yeah,
appropriations.
I'm going to go through each one of those
Yep.
sections. So is that first number correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in section 66, there's $850,000 to the state treasurer to carry out the Nevada Integrity in Academic Funding Program. Correct?
Steve Cambero, yes, that's correct.
And then I'm going to ask this one again, how did the governor's office determine that the $850,000 in general fund appropriations over the biennium was the appropriate amount for this program?
Steve Cambero, I'm the governor, looking for a representative from the governor's office to chime in here, but we'd have to get back to you on that.
All right, and then we'll reach out to the governor's office for that answer. In section 67, there is the $2 million to the Department of Education to provide awards for the pilot program to integrate science, technology, engineering, mathematics into instruction and literacy. And that amount is correct there, correct?
Steve Cambero, that amount is correct, $1 million in each fiscal year.
And then in section 68, there's a total of $8 million to the Department of Education to carry out provisions of this act. Could you give this body a list of what that truly means? Is that new employees, what those positions would be, and is that dollar amount the correct dollar amount, and how many positions?
Steve Cambero, yeah, the $4 million in each fiscal year in section 68 is accurate. Do you want? Trying to think of a reasonable way to do this. How about if I go new personnel in each of the fiscal years, and then I'll go through the categories, and if you want to know, there's 24 positions. So new personnel, 2.552 $3,405,000 in the 25-26 fiscal year, $3,200,214 in the 26-27 fiscal year. Contract costs of $1,417,045. Second year of the biennium, $756,631. Travel, $30,550 in the first year of the biennium. The second year, $43,155. Those total $4 million in fiscal year 25-26, and then $4 million in fiscal year 26-27.
And then what is the number of new FTEs that is included in those dollar amounts?
Steve Canavero, 24.
And then can you tell us, how did you actually determine that you would need 24 additional positions to carry out all of the provisions in AB 584?
Steve Canavero and Megan, or Deputy Superintendent, by all means, weigh in. When we looked at reporting reviews, accountability systems and reporting, school improvement, accountability and school improvement options, department oversight, open enrollment system and oversight, accounts, fundings, and programs, the K-3 STEM literacy work, and the promotion or performance reviews and improvement plans development. Those are general categories, and then we have individual. I should say we have personnel, or management analyst 3, for example, 1 for all of the reporting review. Is that sufficient detail, or would you like more detail for me to go through?
Well, I really wanted to know how we got to the 8 million, and then what that 8 million would be utilized for, and how you determined that you needed 24 positions, new FTE positions, to justify the 8
Yeah.
million.
So we reviewed the bill, worked through the deputy superintendents and the directors to identify the requirements within the bill, the timeline of the bill, the types of work that we would be engaged in, to develop the personnel. We also include in the bill 1 million, or in the fiscal note, 1,138,880 for RPDP funding. The travel in the first year, I already went over. 3,000 in supplies for all programs and 5,000 in the second year. The accountability system development, we only funded the second year of 132,191 because there's funding else in another appropriation or budget that was just closed for the first year of the biennium to help support the work. Stipends for curriculum and standards, as we typically do for any standards or curriculum work the model curriculum or the standards adoptions. There's support for organizing within the Department of Education and the consideration of establishing a different division, or a different office, so reorganization within the division. And then contract supports with subject matter experts to build out the program at $837,809 in the first year of the biennium. So in the totality of the work, as we broke it down and we kind of put it across a time frame over the next 2 years, this is how we felt we could address the needs in the bill.
Okay, and you've mentioned the contract cost a few times. What are the specific activities that 2.1 million for contract costs would be supporting? What would they be doing specifically?
Steve Canavero, I believe the contract costs include the RPDP, right? If I add up, yeah. So it includes the RPDP funding. It includes the subject matter experts. So this is relatively new work at scale for the state, and we anticipate the need for subject matter experts who have perhaps done this work, can inform the development of the plans, can inform the development of the infrastructure that's necessary, the regulatory frameworks that need to be included. We anticipate some need to bring in subject matter experts, and so that's what that line contemplates.
And have you already identified those subject matter experts?
Steve Cambro, I have not. I don't know if the agency has identified. We would determine the needs depending on the bill's passage, and then work through the state's procurement process as we typically would to secure appropriate experts.
Members, do you have any other questions before we go to testimony? All right, not seeing any. I thank you for the presentation and for answering all the questions. And I know that there are a number of follow-up meetings that you're going to need to have with members to get through some of the questions that we didn't have answers for tonight. And I appreciate you taking those in advance. I'm just going to say thank you in advance before you do those. Our children are our future, right? And we want to do what's best for them, and making sure that we have an educational system that is responsive to the needs of our children, no matter what school they go to, should be our goal. What I'd like to see in this that I don't see right now, and it's been mentioned a number of times from members sitting here, is, we've watched the commercials and we say there's low-performing schools, failing schools. I don't see anything in this bill that helps those schools now. What I do see is an opportunity for kids to move from one school that's low-performing to a school that's not low-performing, and that kind of picks winners and losers, in my opinion. Our first goal should be that every school throughout this state is a high-performing school. And what is it that we need to do that? And our first mission should be, what is it that we need to do to fix those schools? Not just the discipline or moving students from a low-performing school, but what is it that we need to do working together? And I think you mentioned it, that it should be an alignment between the state, the districts, and the schools, fighting for higher achievement. And that should be a fight for every school, not moving students from a low-performing school to what you or someone else perceives as a high-performing school. Every child in this state deserves to attend a high-performing school. That should be our first goal. And then this should be something second. So what is that? And I don't see that in this bill. So that would be my first ask in those conversations of what we need to do to put into this bill, to amend in this bill, and that be our first goal. So I'm looking forward to having that conversation with you, as I'm sure other members on the dais are. But I thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for your time and attention and your questions.
So we are going to go into testimony. And as I said at the start of this meeting, we are going to do 30 minutes testimony in support, 30 minutes in opposition, and 30 minutes in neutral. And that is in totality. So that will be 10 minutes here in Carson City, 10 minutes in Las Vegas, 10 minutes on the phone line. Okay? And we will be keeping a timer because I want to be fair. And with that, we will get started here in Carson City. Good evening.
Madam Chair, before my time starts, I just want to ask on behalf of everyone that's been waiting here for 5 hours now and in Vegas, if we could all have a chance to speak, since this has been a long bill, and I know you're all tired, and so are we. But everyone in this room, I can say agrees with me that we all deserve a say for this.
And I appreciate you making that ask, but I made the statement at the start of this meeting this morning at 8 a.m.
Understood.
And I will keep with that.
All right, understood.
But what we can do at the end of the testimony in support, everyone that's here in support that doesn't have a chance to speak, whether they're here in Carson City or Las Vegas, can stand at the end of that 30 minutes so we can acknowledge that they were here in attendance, and the same for those in opposition.
All right, I understand. Thank
you.
Good evening, chairs. Good evening, Chair and member of the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Colton Brown, for the record, COLTONBROWN. I'm a 17-year-old student in the Washoe County School District, and I'm here to express my strong support for AB 584. This bill is a life-changing bill, and I really hope you can understand that. First, I want to thank you, the governor and the governor's office for standing up for students like me, students who need a different way of education than in the traditional public school system. If AB 584 had been in place a few years ago, it would have changed my life a lot sooner. During middle school, I was bullied at my assigned school, to the point where I no longer wanted to continue going to school, and my life was threatened. This was a hard time for me, and school became a chore. It no longer became something I wanted to do. And since we are in this country where we have education for everyone, no student should have to go through that. It wasn't until 8th grade I moved to a different school, and it was Matter Academy, Northern Nevada, a local charter school. It was an environment that fit me and my needs. This environment got me where I was an honor roll student for the first time ever. That feeling is a feeling that no one can explain, but only you can feel for yourself. Matter Academy only had time for up to 8th grade, so for 9th grade, I had to go to my assigned high school. At my assigned high school, I went back to being bullied with the same group of kids. I was back in that cycle that felt not good. Then I was able to go to the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology, a CTE school that I was accepted in, and at that school, it was back to a position where I felt safe. It wasn't because it was a charter school, because AACT is a public school. It was an environment that fit me, and this bill would be able to help students that are looking for the same support as me and help students in this way. I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for being here and for waiting for the hours to make your testimony. You can go ahead.
Dear Chair and members of the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means, my name is Juliette Leong, spelled Julietteleong, and I'm here today to express my strong support for Bill AB 584 to expand school choice. Thanks to Governor Lombardo, Nevada is on its way to becoming a true school choice state, giving the children the tools to thrive. Our school system is too large and too slow to keep up with a world shaped by rapidly changing job markets. That's why families need options, like smaller private schools, charter schools, and homeschooling. I spell at a 3rd grade level and do high school level math, and no school could accommodate my needs. So I'm homeschooled. And because of that, I've performed at Carnegie Hall, won 6 national math competitions, and donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to nonprofit organizations through the sales of my paintings. But what about the child with the same potential, except whose family can't afford to homeschool? It's not just about academics. It's about unlocking talents, building confidence, and creating opportunities. It's about teaching kids to solve problems and make a difference. Since every kid is different and every family has different circumstances, school choice is how we prepare Nevada students for real-world success, and that everyone who wants a job gets a job. The world is moving forward, and Nevada needs to move forward with the world. Thank you, Governor Lombardo, for fighting for school choice.
Thank you, Juliette. Juliette, how old are you?
I'm 9 years old.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, Chairman Moreno, Vice Chair Bacchus, and members of this committee. For the record, my name is Gil Lopez with the Charter School Association of Nevada. We're here to express our support for AB 584, particularly with the provisions to expand transportation access and establish teacher incentive programs over high-need roles. Transportation remains one of the most significant barriers for educational access, especially for families attending public charter schools, so we appreciate the extension. In addition, AB 584 allows for public charter schools to offer one-time incentive payments to school leaders in hard-to-fill positions. This makes it a lot easier to recruit and retain people in special education, STEM, and other such fields. It's also important to recognize that public charter schools are held to the highest standards, with closure as the ultimate consequence for underperformance. These provisions reflect a strong commitment to fairness, flexibility, and opportunity for all public students here in Nevada. We thank the governor, his staff, and this committee for prioritizing this effort. We respectfully urge you to support AB 584. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Dear Chair and members of the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means, my name is Logan Heggie, spelled Loganhegi, and I'm here today to express my strong support for AB 584 to prepare Nevada students for real-world success. Kids need the chance to learn in an environment that works for them and their families. I had to leave school and start educating myself. I come from a single-parent household. My dad couldn't homeschool me, we couldn't afford private school, and the public school I attended didn't support me when I had started having recurring health issues, making me miss at least 60% of school. There were no options except dropping out, so I started teaching myself AP courses and registering for the exams on my own, signing up for online classes, and doing anything that could help me keep up. But what about the kids who can't do that? We don't want more school dropouts. We want productive citizens, people who can contribute to society, create jobs, or land jobs that match their talents. That's why school choice matters. Public schools are on a set path. They fundamentally can't accommodate every individual student. Every family is different. Every family has their own problems, some of which other, more personalized schools could solve. We need more options, not fewer. I respectfully urge you to support legislation that puts students first, empowers families, and prepares Nevada's youth for the future. Don't let Nevada fall behind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we're nearing the 10 minutes, so the last two at the table will be the last two here in Carson City before we go down to Las Vegas. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and Committee. My name is Teresa DeGraffenreid, spelled DeGraffenreid, and I am a resident of Douglas County here today to support AB 584 on my own behalf. I have 36 years of experience as an early childhood education as teacher and administrator. I am pleased to see that the definition of qualified school, quote, in Section 38 includes preschool, because what I learned as a teacher is that a strong education starts at preschool level, which builds a foundation for K-12, schooling and beyond. It's also critical that parents are supported, as parents are the first and most important teachers of their children. AB 584 makes sure that parents are involved. I'm particularly supportive of the provisions in Section 43, which calls for English language curriculum to include phonics-based instruction. In my career, I found that teaching phonics was an effective way of preparing kids to read. My own children, who are in their 30s, were taught using phonics. And by the second grade, they were reading at a fifth grade level, and they were advanced, and they are still advanced and ferocious readers to this day. I thank Governor Lombardo for bringing this bill. This is a very comprehensive bill to address issues in Nevada schools that have existed for many years, and we appreciate his vision. I also attended the hearing for Senate Bill 460, a competing 100-page omnibus education bill that was also introduced recently, and couldn't help but notice that differences in questioning. That bill had about 90 minutes of presentation and questions, and we've had over 3 hours of presentation and questions here tonight, which I can't help but think was designed to minimize the number of citizens willing and able to stay and give their opinion on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Chairman Roman Reno, Vice Chair Bacchus, and members of the committee. I'm Anthony Curry, Director of Advocacy and Public Policy for Opportunity 180, a nonprofit organization working towards the North Star of every kid graduating high school, college, and career ready, prepared to live the life they dream. We are here in support of AB 584. In our work, we advocate for high-quality public education for every student in Nevada and the conditions necessary for all high-quality public schools, district and charter, to provide high-quality education for every student. We organize around 5 evidence-based levers of work: great schools, great ideas, good governance, good data, and engaged community. And we see some of these reflected through AB 584. Good governance, one of Opportunity 180's levers, works to ensure that policies reflect evidence-based practices in alignment with improved student outcomes. We're in support of the district accountability measures and interventions included in AB 584 as they align with best practices established in states like Massachusetts and Texas. Charter schools currently serve over 63,000 students in Nevada and are a growing part of our public education ecosystem. Charter schools, through their authorizer, have accountability systems built into their academic, operational, and financial systems and are held to these standards through a renewable contract and the potential closure for failure. We support policies that promote growth and sustainability and protect charter school autonomy. Every kid should be able to read at grade level at the end of third grade. This is a critical benchmark that has been well researched and documented, and we look forward to working with the governor's team and other stakeholders to ensure evidence-based practices, training, and student and family supports are implemented as part of a comprehensive Read by Grade 3 strategy. In a 2025 poll, 85% of Nevadans agreed that Nevada parents should be able to send their children to the public school they feel is best for their child, even if it is outside their neighborhood. It is critical that families have the freedom to select a public school that best meets their needs. We champion these opportunities, such as open enrollment, that will establish and support families' agency in navigating their students' educational experience. Parents and family engagement is critical to ensure a high-performing public school ecosystem, and in service of Opportunities 180's lever on engaged community, support initiatives that promote family engagement and support parent-selected intervention programs. These programs have been implemented in other states such as
Thank
Idaho.
you. You have reached your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for those that are here in Carson City that did not have an opportunity to testify in support, I encourage you to submit your written testimony to the committee so that all the committee members can have it. And with that, we will go down to Las Vegas and we will start the timer. You can begin.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Eric, and I'm here representing the Henderson Chamber of Commerce, and we're to express our support of AB 584. We're specifically encouraged by the People Center funding plan for our charter school members and the students they serve. For these reasons, we're in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, Chair and committee members. My name is Peter Guzman, and I have the honor of being the president of the Latin Chamber of Commerce. I had a well-planned testimony ready to go here, but after that testimony of that young girl, Juliet Leon, I think is her name, I'm going to forego my testimony and say the most powerful word I can say right now, and that is ditto. And I hope she takes a video, gets that YouTube video of her testimony and sends it to every parent in this state. Congratulations to that little girl. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Chairman Moreno, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Hugh Anderson, Managing Partner of Hightower Las Vegas and Chair of the Vegas Chamber's Government Affairs Committee. I'd like to thank Governor Lombardo for bringing AB 584 forward. It's been written with an evidence-based approach and is focused on student achievement and is fostering their academic success. The Chamber supports the bill as it's been a long-standing legislative objective of ours to increase student achievement within the K through 12 public education system. That means there needs to be greater accountability in the operations and management of local school districts, and the Chamber believes that AB 584 does this with the provisions proposed in the bill from a fiscal perspective. The Chamber is not alone in the belief that the K through 12 system needs greater state oversight and increased transparency. We know many of the committee members agree with that belief as well. AB 584 helps ensure that the local districts are accountable for the use of billions of taxpayer dollars, along with greater data transparency and accountability from local school districts to the state. The Chamber supports the bill because it includes sections that relate to creating a statewide system of accountability measures, criteria for identifying low-performing schools, and how accountability will be enforced, including performance plans for underperforming schools, holding trustees of underperforming districts accountable by empowering the state superintendent of instruction, and the implementation of student-centered reforms. The Chamber also supports equitable funding for both district public schools and public charter schools, utilization of literacy programs, parent engagement, teacher support, and efficiency in programs and reporting mechanisms, all which contribute towards the improvements in our education system that are critical to moving our state forward in the global economy. As this committee knows, Nevada's employers are one of the largest customers of the K through 12 education system, and they need students to be either college or career ready upon graduation. That's why the business community has long asked for appropriate accountability measures to ensure that funds are used in a meaningful way that will prepare students for their futures, and we believe this bill will be an important step forward in that process. In closing, the Chamber pledges to continue to collaborate with the governor and legislators to ensure that resources are directly benefiting students and teachers. Thank you for your time and consideration today. And not only the young lady in red, but I applaud all these students here who have hung out to give you their word. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Olivia Sandoval. I am 9 years old and in 5th grade at TCMI Academy. I came today to speak for my little sister, my baby brother, and all the kids like us in Nevada. We have attended TCMI Academy for 4 years where I've been able to learn so much and has allowed my little sister to get the extra help she needs. My parents tell me that I am responsible for my success, but I know that it has been a team effort. My parents have sacrificed so much to make sure my little sister and I can keep going to TCMI Academy. Our teachers have worked so hard to teach us and take the time with each of us so we can fully understand the work we are completing. I know that their commitment to our education has helped me become the student I am and help my sister get the special attention she needs. Thank you for listening to me and caring about kids like me.
Thank you, Olivia. How old are you again?
I'm 9 years old.
Thank you so much. Thank you for testifying tonight. You can go ahead.
Hello, my name is Olivia Neely, spelled Olivianeely, and I'm here to support AB 584. And I'm here because I believe every child deserves a choice in their education. I'm homeschooled now, but I wasn't always. My old school didn't make me feel safe. There was a lot of bullying and even violence, and it hurt not just me, but also my sisters. We felt like no one was really helping us. Now that I'm homeschooled, I'm learning in a way that works for me, and I feel supported and safe. Thank you, Governor, for supporting this bill. It means so much to kids like me and families like mine. AB 584 gives us hope and a chance for something better.
Thank you so much, Olivia, for being here. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair Backus, and members of the Assembly Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Anna Wood, spelled ANAWOOD. I am Government Affairs Chair and member of the Las Vegas Asian Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. Inbred in our Asian upbringing, education is our top priority, our main focus. Since inception of the scholarship program in 1998, we take pride during AAPI month to grant scholarships to Asian American high school seniors who work hard and strive for a better tomorrow. It is important that as Nevada continues to grow, the learning needs of all students in Nevada are met by providing and preparing them with tools and resources that best fit each one of them. So they will be able to succeed now and adapt to the everlasting changes in the workforce for years to come. All families deserve the opportunity to select the school of choice for their children. All educators must be held accountable, and we must ensure safety, efficiency, and transparency at all levels, specifically making sure funds reach the classroom as intended. I respectfully urge your yes vote on AB 584. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Dear chairs and members of the committee, my name is Aaliyah Escudero, ALIYAH, I am here today to express my strong support for AB 584. Thank you, Governor Lombardo, for introducing this bill. I have 2 little sisters and 1 big brother. We used to go to a school I loved, but my parents decided to homeschool us because they were no longer afford the tuition. We did try public school, but I was behind in reading, writing, and math. Homeschool has actually helped me learn better, but I still really want to go to a school I can be around other kids, play sports, and feel like I'm a part of something. I miss that. The truth is, not all kids learn the same, and all schools work for everyone. If there was more funding for school choice, kids like me can go to schools that help us grow and do our best. Schools where we feel safe, supportive, and excited to learn. It doesn't matter where you live or how much money your family has. Every kid deserves a chance. That's why I ask you to please support AB 584. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. You can go ahead.
Hello, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Hector Escudero, HECTORESCUDERO. I'm here to support AB 584, introduced by Governor Joe Lombardo. Growing up in public school, I struggled to keep up. Some students learn fast, but I needed more time and support, and I didn't get that. By 8th grade, I switched to homeschool, and it was so much better for me to understand and what I was learning, and I was able to move at the pace that worked for me. My 2 younger sisters had trouble in school, especially with the reading, math, and spelling. Once we started homeschooling, we began to catch up and gain the confidence learning. But I know that we could do even more with even better resources. AB 584 would give families like mine the ability to choose the education path that fits us best, whether that's public, private, or homeschool. When students have options, they're more likely to succeed. Not every teacher can meet every student's needs, but school choice allows us to find the environment that does. This bill would help more students and have them feel more seen, supported, and capable of reaching their full potential. I respectfully ask you to support AB 584. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Dear Chair, members of the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means, my name is Julia Manzano, spelled Juliamanzano. I'm here today to voice my support for AB 584 and to thank Governor Lombardo. Like many of the students here, I've been testifying in front of legislators to protect school choice since I was about 12. I ask that you listen to their voice and listen to mine. Please listen to the voices that you guys represent. And that way, say yes to AB 584. Thank you.
Good evening, Sam Castro here, father of 5, 4 with special needs, all fourth generation Nevadans, all at CCSD. I'm an adjunct law professor at Boyd and lead a law firm, IEPdefenders.com. We defend special needs children at no cost to their families. We have sued NV school districts 200 times in the last 18 months and won every single case. The legislature has passed a lot of good laws, but districts like CCSD don't follow the law. They don't care. I have 200 examples. It doesn't matter if it's a Democratic law or a Republican law. It doesn't matter who passed it. Nevada districts don't follow the law. Why? Because there's no accountability. You have given districts $11.5 billion this biennium, and it doesn't matter how much you give a school. If there's no accountability, it will never, ever be enough. This bill has 5 ways to stop waste, loss, and hold districts accountable. Put me out of a job and pass this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. You will be the last one there. If there's others that are here to support this bill, if you want to stand up so that we can acknowledge you. And I ask that you also submit your written testimony of support if you have not already to the committee. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here tonight. Broadcast, we will go to the phones and see if we have anyone that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 584.
To testify in support of Assembly Bill 584, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. My name is Joshua Skaggs, and I'm the Legislative Affairs Director for the Nevada Republican Party, here today in support of AB 584. Thank you, Governor Lombardo, for your commitment to raising the bar in education for Nevada. The Nevada Republican Party supports AB 584 because it introduces a robust framework for accountability in education, guaranteeing that underperforming schools take decisive action to improve student outcomes. The bill establishes a statewide system of accountability, allowing the superintendent of public instruction to modify, suspend, or eliminate redundant reporting requirements to streamline oversight. AB 584 mandates interventions for low-performing schools, including leadership restructuring, direct state management, or conversion to charter schools. These measures reinforce the principle that educational institutions must meet established benchmarks to continue receiving state support. AB 584 would rightfully expand school choice, granting parents greater flexibility in selecting the best educational environment for their children. Through Section 38, the Nevada Integrity and Academic Funding Program, families with students in chronically underperforming schools can access alternative educational settings, including charter and private schools, using state funds. This initiative makes certain that students are not confined to failing institutions due to financial constraints, fostering a more competitive and education system. Section 17 of AB 584 further strengthens Nevada's commitment to educational excellence by creating the Excellence in Education account, which provides grants for high-performing teachers and administrators. By incentivizing excellence and holding schools accountable, the bill establishes a balanced approach to reform, prioritizing students' success while empowering educators and families. Please support AB 584, and thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good evening, Chair Monroe Moreno and committee. Annette Dawson Owens here in my individual capacity to express my strong support of AB 584 and my gratitude to our governor, superintendent, and leaders who prioritize every one of our Nevada students having access to a high-quality education and who also believe in accountability for all our schools, ensuring that every child has the supports they need to be at or above grade level and be fully prepared upon graduation for a lifetime of success. Thank you to all for your energy and devotion to this bill, to your continued commitment to this cause, and your support for a plan that strategically aligns schools, districts, and the state in the educational outcomes for all of our Nevada students together.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good evening. My name is Jesus Marquez. I'm the Executive Director of the American Christian Caucus. I'm also a parent of 2 K-12 students. I also represent several parents from different, hundreds of parents from different churches, medium-sized to small size across the state. I strongly support AB 584, Governor Lombardo Accountability and Education Act. As someone directly involved in public education, I've seen a need for more transparency, more accountability, and more options for our families. This bill does exactly that. It ensures education dollars are used wisely, empowers parents and students, and expands access to high-performing public charter schools that are changing lives, literally, especially in underreserved communities like Latino communities. I'm a Hispanic myself, and I take this very proudly and very to that point. We need to put students first, not only systems. That's why I support AB 584. I respectfully urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good evening. My name is Abraham Camejo, Abraham, last name Camejo. I'm calling in support of Assembly Bill 584. And I would like to say thank you to our chair and all the members of the committee of Ways and Means for your time and dedication to this. I'm calling in support because I feel strongly that parents need to have more school choice. Our community has continued to change and evolve over the years, and we need different options, transparency, and more access, especially in our communities of North Las Vegas, East Las Vegas, and our rural communities as well. I am a parent of 6. I still have 4 children that are in school, and I'm looking forward to continue to work with everybody and in our community. And once again, thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hi, good evening, Assembly members and everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you. You can go ahead.
Okay, because my phone cuts off all the time. Okay, my name's I know you are GO. I'm in support of Bill AB 584. Thank you to the governor. I'm a mother to 3 children at CCSD, taking 3 of my children out. 1 has an IEP and has been bullied and physically attacked. I'm supposed to get updates on what's going on with this, and I have not received any updates on a daily basis. There's a number of reasons why I'm taking them out, but safety is number 1. 2, there's a huge disconnect between teachers and the absence of children, and that's because of this disconnect that we have here. I believe that one of the reasons why the district is at the bottom of the barrel is because of that as well. There was always 2 classroom moms willing to help at the previous state I was at, and there's no connection here. I feel alienated. Anyway, I yield my time. Thank you.
Can I get you to state your name again? You're correct. Your phone did go out just a few times at the beginning. Could you just state your name?
Gotcha. Noemi Abrego.
Thank you so much. And we're coming up to the 30 minutes. So this next caller will be the last caller in support. Broadcast, do we have one?
Good afternoon. My name is Jesus Marquez, and I'm a student in support of AB 584 because as a student, I want more than promises. I would like results. This bill helps families like mine by holding schools accountable, supporting teachers, and giving parents access to their schools, and that including public charter schools that are making a big difference in our community. AB 584 will put students like me, not bureaucracy, first and at the center of education. I strongly urge you to support AB 584. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments and joining us tonight. And anyone else that was joining by phone that didn't get an opportunity to make your testimony, I encourage you, if you have not done so already, to send your written testimony to the committee. And with that, we will close support and we will move to opposition. If there's anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 584, I invite you to the table. And if you're in Las Vegas, I invite you to fill the seats at the table there. We will start here in Carson City. And again, 10 minutes here in Carson City, 10 in Las Vegas, and 10 on the phones. You can go ahead and get started.
Hello, my name is Rachel Croft, and I'm speaking in opposition. I'm a teacher here in town, and I have no problem being held accountable for student learning, but I need to be given the tools and the resources that I need to actually help students succeed. Expecting schools to do more with less feels like watching someone struggle to swim and being told to shout directions at them from the shore. Assembly Bill 584 demands better outcomes without giving us the per pupil student funding that we need to achieve them. I use research. I'm a 20-year veteran, and I use research, science of reading in my teaching, and research is important, and I feel like this bill ignores the research that we know about performance. Transformative education demands time, patience, and honestly, a deep investment. Real change in learners and in systems does not happen overnight or even in 2 years. It grows from consistent commitment and reflection, courageous reflection. And speaking about commitment, I'm concerned that this bill is a recipe for pushing dedicated educators out of the profession, especially those of us who work in Title I schools. If we really want to improve outcomes, we need to invest in our students and our schools, and I urge you to oppose AB 584 and support fiscally responsible solutions that lift students up rather than leave them behind. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Robert Munson, ROBERTMUNSON. I'm a 27-year veteran in the school district in Northern Nevada, and we, as representing the Nevada State Education Association, opposing AB 584. Opponents of public education often point to Nevada's struggling schools to argue for more school choice. But expanding school privatization, including using underperforming schools as a pretext, only makes matters worse by siphoning away public dollars from our public schools and the students that we serve. Meanwhile, transferring public dollars to fund private interventions while these same services are on the chopping block in our public schools highlights the hypocrisy of this bill. This bill is anti-teacher, streamlining the process to fire post-probationary teachers rather than providing the resources and supports necessary so that teachers can be successful. These proposals rely on flawed educator performance framework and disproportionately impacts teachers who choose to work in lower income communities with some of our most at-risk students, which risks reversing the recruitment and retention success over the past 2 years. Educators across Nevada demanded that Governor Lombardo pass the plan to fully fund Nevada's public schools, and his response was to simply dismiss educators, stating we can no longer accept the lack of funding as an excuse for underperformance. But this mediocre $2 increase does not keep up with inflation, as we rank 47th in the nation, boasting the largest class sizes. Accountability without funding misses the mark. AB 584 earns a big red "See me after class." Thank you. Please do not support this bill.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Dylan Shaver with Pinion Public Affairs here today on behalf of the Washoe County School District. There was a time early in my career when I worked for one of your fathers where I could get up here in the neutral position because there's a lot to like about the bill and there's just some things the district can't get behind, and we were allowed to do that. Under your rules today, we, as we cannot endorse the totality of the measure, have to be here in opposition, though certainly not as impassioned as maybe some previous speakers were. Realistically, there's just a couple of things in here WCSD cannot endorse. For example, pegging accountability further to the Nevada School Performance Framework, which we all know is flawed and frankly a measure of affluence more than anything. We were incredibly invested in helping to fix that. There are several sections of the bill that pull from the state education fund to do other programs. It might be great programs, but we have to remember that that is where the per pupil allocation comes from, and so it is a concern. We believe that if that is a priority of the legislature to fund programs like that, it should come from the general fund and not from the same pot of money from which we draw our per pupil allocations. Finally, there are provisions, for example, in sections 47 and 51 that take what may be good human resources policy today as it relates to performance plans for post-probationary teachers and administrators, which WCSD does, but we worry about a world where to change those things, we would need to come back either to the legislature or go through the Administrative Procedures Act to change what was previously a flexible human resources policy. With all of that, we want to make sure to get on the record that we definitely support Governor Lombardo's goals with this bill. We want to be accountable for educating every student in our care, and WCSD does not shy away from that. And to that end, we commit to continue to work with the Governor's Office, with Superintendent Canavero, as well as the members of this committee to help get something meaningful out of the 2025 legislative session. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mary Przinski, here representing the Nevada Association of School Superintendents. And the first thing I want to say is that it's quite clear there is a deep commitment here at the legislature and also at the governor's office to improve education in Nevada, and that deep commitment is appreciated. NASA appreciates the funds that were allocated last session to our school districts, and hopefully the superintendents have tried to be very responsive when asked how that money was spent. So the accountability hopefully was sufficient to assure you that the money went where it was designated to go. This bill is very comprehensive, it's long, it's detailed, and full of initiatives and designations and directives. And the superintendents appreciate part of the bill. For instance, Section 46 is really a good section talking about school employee immunity, something that's very important to teachers and administrators who are breaking up fights and making good faith interventions, as we call it in the schools. But we have concerns about some other sections. Section 29, for instance, where there is, if there's no improvement in the school, there's a replacement of the principal, a transfer of management of the school to city managers or county managers, converting the school to a charter school, and converting to an innovation school, which Assembly, Mr. Speaker, you referred to that. I think a lot of us recall innovation schools. Perhaps this is a different plan, but that one did not work out very well, wasn't very successful. And also, Section 37 is a concern of the superintendents, and maybe we're not understanding it right, but on the surface it looks like money would be going, public funding would be going to private schools. And again, maybe we're not understanding that right. The superintendents would like to
Brzezinski?
encourage that the work by the
I
commission.
hate to stop you, but you have
Have I
just
talked too
exceeded
much?
your
Oh
2
my
minutes.
goodness. And it's
Thank
very
you.
late. You don't need to hear any more from me, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no one else approach the table here in Carson City to testify in opposition, we will go to Las Vegas. You can go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. I do that all the time. I forget this little green button over here. But good evening to all of you. My name is Terry Schuman, Shuman, and I would only be sitting here lying if I was to tell you that I was not impressed by our little students. I was very impressed, and I believe in my heart that if our classes were not too large, if our educators were not at a distinct disadvantage by shortages and have a lack of support by our chronic underfunding, meaning $2 per student. That I just can't understand that one. But if all these things were not against us, I believe that our students could read and perform and be taught just like all these other students. AB 584 sets schools with high concentrations of poverty up for failure by threatening probation and state takeover if they don't meet performance benchmarks. It uses poor performance as a pretense. Sorry, I just lost it. Oh, sorry. As a I know. I am so sorry. Teach me not to. I apologize. Something always happens. I get nervous. But I just want to say I don't believe charter schools are the way to go. My greatest concern is those of us who belong to our unions and we were forced to go into a charter school. What would that do with our membership? And I just know that if we did not have a $2 head on amount on each head and was able to be adequately funded, and we go over this every 2 years, we're talking about funding, and we just got to make a change. We've got to say, these kids are worth it. These are our kids who one day will be sitting in your seats, and we've got to help them now. And
thank you.
That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments tonight. Not seeing anyone else in Las Vegas to testify in opposition, we will go to the phone lines. Broadcast, do we have anyone joining us by phone that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 584?
To testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 584, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
AB 584, Chair and members. My name is Danielle Ford for the record. I'm an elected member of the Nevada State Board of Education. I represent nearly 800,000 Nevadans, and I'm speaking in strong opposition to AB 584. This bill is a Trojan horse for privatization, and the fact that it was presented by an interim superintendent who has been in the role for a month is not just outrageous, it's insulting to the entire public process and everyone involved. The Nevada Department of Education has been working on a shared public-facing vision for our schools called Portrait of a Nevada Learner, which has been developed through a collaboration with families, educators, and with full support from the state board. Not once has this bill, AB 584, or anything like it, been brought to us for discussion. To be clear, the State Board of Education is in the process of selecting a new superintendent before the school year begins. The person presenting this bill, Steve Cannavaro, will not be in the role when these changes would take effect. Yet here he is pitching a sweeping governance overhaul that was never vetted by the board, never agendized, and never subjected to public debate at a public state board meeting. The audacity. AB 584 would give him unilateral power to label districts failing, seize control of budgets, override elected trustees, and convert public schools into charters or undefined innovation schools. Section 38 rebrands vouchers as RISE accounts to funnel public funds into private schools and services. And on top of that, the bill mandates open enrollment and transportation without providing sustained funding. A one-time $30 million bonus pool is not a solution, that's just a distraction. This is not reform, it's a power grab dressed up in buzzwords. AB 584 bypasses local governance, it buries the public in mandates, and it fast-tracks privatization under the guise of accountability. Our schools could be successful and our students could get the education they deserve if we stop letting these people try to take away public education. I strongly urge you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good evening, Alexander Marks with the Nevada State Education Association. It's fitting and even perhaps poetic that on the very day the governor's bills heard, a federal court struck down the executive order to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education. These aren't just parallel events. They expose a coordinated ideology from Washington to Carson City, blame educators, defund public schools, and rebrand it as accountability. It's the same playbook, just different stages. At the federal level, we're seeing it with an illegal reckless action supported by the governor, which would defund programs and feed, educate our kids. We all know about his $2 budget. We know how detrimental that's going to be. We urge you just to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hi, my name is Malcolm Greer, and AB 584 diverts money from neighborhood classrooms, piles on costly yet unfunded mandates, and channels public funds to private and charter schools with scaling oversight. The bill compels every district to build new accountability offices and run complex open enrollment lotteries without providing a single dollar to pay for them. It then allows up to 90% of a student's state and local aid to flow into private RISE accounts, a voucher in disguise, leaving public schools to cover fixed costs with less revenue. To enforce these changes, the state superintendent may label whole districts as low-performing and seize key powers and even replace elected trustees, stripping communities of democratic control. Students need smaller classrooms, qualified teachers, and counselors, not a privatization schemes. For these reasons, I respectfully urge a no vote on AB 584.
Thank you so much. Next caller.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amanda Morgan, M-O-R-G-A-N. I'm the Executive Director of Educate Nevada Now. For the past decade, ENN has fought to improve access to quality public education. For years, we have followed the national trajectory of education policy. We can tell you that many of the reforms offered in AB 584 might have been deemed innovative in the past, but today they have been tried and tested in other states. You have the luxury of knowing before passing these reforms that they have not worked. That is why we stand in opposition to this bill. Vouchers have not worked. In fact, states that have gone all in on vouchers have eventually squandered billions of dollars, largely funding those who are already in private schools. And when vouchers do attempt to serve struggling students, the outcomes have been consistent. Studies in Louisiana, DC, Ohio, and Indiana found the majority of voucher recipients either did not improve or performed worse in core subjects, not to mention the fraud and abuse discovered in places like Alabama, Arizona, Nebraska, and elsewhere. State takeovers and charter conversions have not worked. Innovative ideas several years ago, but the results never came. District takeovers are now being reversed in states like Tennessee and Michigan, where there's bipartisan agreement that these experiments failed. Louisiana is now reconverting charters back into public schools for the same reason. The irony is this bill throws so much spaghetti at the wall, but fails to address what we know works, funding the essential resources that improve student outcomes. In fact, another bill proposed by the governor, SB 471, aims to undo the mechanism in the pupil-centered funding plan that required consistent investments in public education and ended the practice of supplanting funds. We've seen these experiments fail throughout the country. We urge you to avoid a decade of mistakes and vote no on AB 584.
Thank you so much. Next caller.
Good evening, Chairman Moreno and the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Vicki Cradell, and I'm a veteran educator in CCSD. I teach at Lomi G. Hurd Elementary in the East Valley. Year before last, my school, using ESSER funds, was able to raise our star rating from 1 to 3 stars. We invested in people, not things, built a reading center, and built systems that work for all of our students. Sadly, my school is losing most of those systems next year due to budget cuts. So I know for certain that schools can figure out what works, but to do this, we need adequately funded schools in Nevada. Let's be real. AB 584 doesn't help students, it threatens them. This bill pretends to be about accountability, but what it actually does is punish under-resourced schools for struggling under the weight of chronic neglect. Threatening schools that don't perform with being taken over isn't justice, it's sabotage. This bill doesn't address the root issues. It doesn't recruit more educators. It doesn't shrink class sizes. It doesn't fund counselors or social workers. It doesn't offer solutions. It offers blame. And guess who it impacts the most? Black, brown, and low-income students. Communities already fighting to survive now have to fight off a state takeover too. We need investment, not threats. Support, not scapegoating. Equity, not more control from the top down. Our kids deserve better. And honestly, so do the educators and families holding this broken system together with duct tape and heart. Please oppose AB 584.
Thank you. Next caller.
All over the last 3 digits, 157. You are unmuted and may begin.
For the record, my name is Susan Kaiser. I am a national board certified teacher. My last name is spelled Kaiser. To become a licensed educator, every education major studies Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The 5 needs and their importance form a pyramid, with those most important appearing at the bottom. These needs include physiological needs such as food and water. Once a child has all they need to survive, function, and understand their position in their community, they are equipped to become self-actualizing to learn. Without these needs, Maslow demonstrated children are unable to learn. It is apparent that Maslow's hierarchy is foreign to Nevada's governor since he vetoed free lunches last session. Now our governor proposes a plan which starves the brains of our children. Nevada's per pupil funding remains $4,000 below the national average, even though $1.3 billion are parked in the rainy day account. Rather than allocating money to create a path for success in all Nevada's public schools and following the recommendations of the Commission on School Funding, the governor proposes an increase of just $2. His bill is designed to pit schools and districts against each other, creating winners and losers. His plan punishes struggling schools as if the students are purposely failing to achieve. This solution, not unlike No Child Left Behind, has been tried and failed. Multiple commissions have already concluded that inadequate, inconsistent, and short-term funding is what keeps Nevada's public schools from being their best. Whether you are a legislator in your first term or in your last, you are serving today. You are serving the people of Nevada, including our children. Our students don't have a voice in these plans, but they do have us.
their teachers and other school staff delivering this message. Please oppose SB 500 and AB 584 and instead pass the plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right then. Hello, chair, members of the committee. My name is Isaias Gallegos. ISAIASGALLEGOS. I'm here today as a former student of public schooling to voice my opposition towards Bill AB 584. As I reiterate, as a former student of public schooling, I have personally seen the failures and flaws of public education. I have seen the stress of the teachers that have done their best to help the students. And so I understand the need for reform, accountability, and a quality education. But AB 584 will bring none of those things. If passed, this bill will instead bleed public funding from already struggling schools, making them even worse and perform even, again, more terribly, and would also drain these funds into private bank accounts and into the private bank accounts of private schools without real oversight. It would also strip communities of their voice over education by allowing the state superintendent to seize key powers, even replace elected trustees by just simply labeling these whole districts as under or low performing. I believe in accountability, reform, and a quality education, but it has to be fair, realistic, and paired with the necessary funding to support success, not a bunch of privatization schemes that steal money from Nevada students and programs. For these reasons and more, I urge the committee to vote no on AB 584. Thank you.
Thank you. And this will be our last caller. You can go ahead.
Caller with the last three digits, 849, please press *6 to unmute. You are unmuted and may begin. Caller, you are unmuted on our end. Is your phone muted?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm all over the place right now. My name is Mohammed, Mohamed. I'm a Nevada resident, and I'm just here to strongly oppose this bill. From what I've been reading, it just sounds like another privatization bill. It sounds really good at first, but once you get to the part where it's blatantly just trying to turn the school into a charter school, that's when you have to step back and examine it a little bit more. Unfortunately, the public education does have its problems. I have a little sister who's going to school right now. She's having to pay like crazy prices for just dance class, and some teachers don't even have the resources. But that's mainly due to lack of funding. But as far as I can tell, this bill is just a cash grab by Lombardo and friends. That's all I can simply say. I strongly denounce this bill, and I strongly denounce Lombardo and his best friends, who I assume plan to put this out today while our public education is being defunded at the same time. That is all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mr. Muhammad, can we get your last name? We caught the first name, but it blanked out.
Sorry. Mohammed Bilal, Bilal.
Thank you so much.
Probably asked.
Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us tonight. And with that, we will close opposition and we will move to neutral. If you are here to provide testimony, a neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 584, I invite you to the table. Not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City, we're going to go to Las Vegas. You can go ahead and begin.
Chair Monroe Moreno, my name is David Gardner. I'm a special education attorney, father of 6, 5 of who attend the Clark County School District. And I've recently represented the Nevada Department of Education at the AG's office. I am in neutral mostly because I need clarification regarding Section 1. The idea in general of removing reports is great. There's just a lot of statutes, both statewide and federally, that need to be double checked before any reports are removed. I get that. When I was in the legislature, that was brought up all the time, that we have too many reports for teachers and things like that. So I get the gist. I would just want to make sure that that would be used with caution, as there are a lot of tricky federal laws that you don't always know that they're directly related. So that was the first thing. I very much appreciate some of the members' discussion regarding local control. I'm a huge supporter of that. It's actually one of the reasons why I really oppose the Senate Majority Leader's bill, as she is trying to gut all CCSD reorg local control. And the final thing was that, funny enough, when I was in the legislature about a decade ago, we passed a $1 billion tax increase. It was really hard, and most of us lost our seats because of it, myself included. And the opposition at that time, and the opposition when we did that says the same thing. We never have enough money. Since that time, there's been a $1 billion tax increase, and then another $2 billion tax increase. When will there be enough? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I'm the vice chair of the Hickey Elementary School organizational team in the northwest part of Clark County, or northeast part of Clark County. I want to speak, I'm speaking in neutrality because I'm seeking clarification on section 49 on page 92. I want to thank Assemblymember Mosca for bringing up in that conversation that part of it. As a member of a school organizational team at a one-star school, I'm wondering how broad this language will be in the suspension of a school organizational team when you're talking about a principal who is not deemed not effective. Like we talked about local control, there's concerns that just in general, when you're talking about the broadness of it, like, does it mean that we would revert back the funding and the budgetary process to the Clark County School District? And I say that only just because I'm wondering what the Department of Education, like I said, is being brought forward in this, especially at Hickey during the September budget crisis that we had. Our funding due to inappropriately allocating the EL at risk, and then also the teacher pay increases, we lost $700,000 onto it, and it took a significant hit on our budget. So I'm wondering if it's the intention to give that control back to the district, who is still under a compliance monitor for poor budgeting practices. Not only that, too, the SOT doesn't really have much of a say when the school is, like when the principal is having struggling in this aspect, because they give advice, consent, and doing that. I just want to know, does it make sense to do that? And speaking of that neutrality, just like I said, seeking more clarification on this, because it's taking an aspect of local control away that we talked about in other parts of this bill and other things as well. So I want to just ask for clarification about how broad that could be. And then finally, too, I know the State Board of Education is having their AB 469 subcommittee meet next month to deal with some of the issues in the reorganization that maybe this could be done too. But like I said, just asking for clarification on that section on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hello, my name is Erica Neely, Neely. I know not everyone agrees on how to fix education, but what I like about this bill, AB 584, is that it really tries to help and put kids first, especially the ones that have been struggling in failing schools. It doesn't just throw money at the problem, it holds schools accountable.
Excuse me, we are in the neutral. Are you testifying in neutral or in support? Because we have...
Yes, I'm a neutral, yes.
Thank you.
It does, let's see, it doesn't throw money. It holds school accountable, helps reward great teachers. I understand why some people are worried about losing local control or expanding choice. But for me, this bill is about fairness, making sure every student, no matter what their background is, that has access to quality education. And that's something we should all want. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table in Las Vegas for neutral testimony and no one at the table here in Carson City, we will go to the phone lines to see if there's anyone who has joined us that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 584.
To testify in neutral to Assembly Bill 584, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Cyrus Hojjati, Hojjaty. I will ditto the previous commentator who just spoke. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, we have no additional callers for neutral testimony.
Thank you so much. With that, we will ask the presenter of the bill if you have any closing remarks. And he is saying no. So with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 584. And we will open public comment, and I will remind any one that wants to provide public comment that it's general public comment, not any mention of the bill that we had before us tonight. Not seeing anyone approach the table here in Carson City and not seeing anyone in Las Vegas at the table there, we will go to the phone line to see if there's anyone that would like to provide public comment.
To provide public comment, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, I was calling in opposition but had some tech issues, so I wasn't sure if I was still allowed to make my testimony.
We have closed the hearing on Assembly Bill 584, but I encourage you to send your testimony to the committee, your written testimony, so it can be uploaded. Thank you. Broadcast, do we have any other callers?
One moment, Chair.
Hi, my name is Katrin Ivanov, Ivan of Frank. I just wanted to say that maybe when you have such a long hearing and a lot of people want to testify, maybe you can give more time than 30 minutes for people to testify, because obviously there was a lot of interest for testimony. And yeah, when people are that interested, let's face it, most of the time people are not interested to testify. Most of the bills, you hardly can fill up 10 minutes on each side. So when people have interest to testify, maybe you should think about giving them a chance to do so, especially when those people are young adults that this is really directly going to affect them. Thank you so much. That was a hell of a long hearing, and have a lovely evening, everyone.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers?
Chair, we have no additional callers for public comment.
Thank you so much. Members, thank you. I know we've had a long day. We've started this meeting over 12 hours ago. So I truly appreciate all the work. This might be the way the rest of our life goes until the end of session. So get a nice nap, and I will see you back here tomorrow morning, bright and early at 8 a.m. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.